Great. We are live. Can everybody hear us? Just a thumbs up would be great, or just a yes. I guess we'll start right up. The panels start in about 12 minutes, but we have a few introductions coming ahead of you. But before we begin, Faithless Hijabi acknowledges the traditional custodians of the country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea, and community. We pay our respects to elders past, present, and emerging. We also extend our respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people today. And to introduce you to our lovely host here. If you don't know me, well, it's me, Zara, and Vincent from the Baby Lawn Project. If you're watching this on the Faithless Hijabi channels, well, you're at the right place. But if you're seeing me on Harris's or Katie's channel, this is because they have been really nice to help us stream this and reach more people. So, Vincent, do you want to take the floor?
No, absolutely. And yeah, thanks to everyone who helped curate this and structure this together. It's fantastic to be here. Really appreciate the honor to have been invited. And it's going to be an exciting live stream that we're going to be having today. We have some of the best people you'll ever meet joining us to have conversations. You know, we have Seth Andrews, we have Maryam Namazie, we have Jimmy Bangladesh. We have so many speakers who have just unique perspectives on different topics, and they'll provide their insights into atheism, Islam, supporting ex-Muslims around the world, and also the psychological challenges that they face. I think that's a big topic that often kind of gets brushed aside. And so we're doing this live stream to help raise funds for Faithless Hijabi, and it's on that note that I'll go ahead and pass the talking stick over to Zara to explain Faithless Hijabi. What is the org? What do they do? And why are they so great?
Thank you. I want to say we do plenty of things, but largely we work with supporting ex-Muslims at risk with therapy. So one of the most common issues that sometimes can be forgotten when people are in distress or ex-Muslims who live in the Middle East is that accessibility to therapy is limited, but also accessibility to safe therapy is limited. But putting into the factor that we have many people who are refugees, asylum seekers, who also need the support. And we have partnered up with, I think, over 5 clinics, and I think now counting maybe 19 therapists who provide one-on-one counseling sessions to ex-Muslims at risk for free if they can't afford it, across the globe, in English, Arabic, and very recently Iranian refugees in Farsi, and Afghan refugees as well who speak Farsi. So it's really nice to have all of you support us here. And if you do look at our link below on these channels, you'll find a donate button that you can go and donate. So we would appreciate all the help we can get. But Vincent, I forgot to ask, how's your day been?
It's been okay. I really hope that I don't have any issues with connection through this stream, because I think I was telling you backstage, I just got this Nighthawk router because my internet would just constantly go in and out, and so I was worried, for one, about the stream, that it would be causing some issues, but it's also just something that I've been dealing with for quite some time. So hopefully it's good. I know my camera's not exactly 4K, but at the very least it shouldn't be cutting in and out. But aside from that, it's going fine, I guess. I woke up a bit late, but I'll get through it. How about yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, it is Saturday. I could barely get out of bed before 11 a.m. But I did indulge myself with Macca's, and for those who are not Australian, Macca's is McDonald's. Had a very unhealthy Saturday, but hey, we all need those.
You call McDonald's Macca's? Macca's over there?
Macca's, yeah.
Macca's.
In Australia, we do.
Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Wow, I didn't know this. That's an interesting way to. Yeah, no. Yeah, I guess the one thing I also do need to do is probably turn on my fan because it's gonna get really hot in here. So if you see me sweating, it's not necessarily because I'm nervous, but also because it's about 80 degrees in here, and I decided to wear a sweater. Um,
Oh no.
yeah, but hopefully we should be fine. It's been a while actually since I've done a live stream. I think I want to say the last time I did a live stream might have actually been with one of our guests, Katie from Queer Indian Atheists. I remember about a year ago, actually, March 23rd, she invited me onto her YouTube channel to do a stream for Atheist Day. I think that might have been the last time I did a live stream. It's been quite a long time, but we'll see if I remember the gist of how to do a live stream. And there's Queer Indian Atheists, so shout out to Queer Indian Atheists in the comments. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, but we'll see how I do. I've been slacking on my videos, so we'll see if it shows.
I'm pretty sure I've taken a really long break since, like, I guess my arrest, and then just settling back and actually finding the confidence to do this, and then going on full out with like 14 different guests. But we do have a surprise host for you because I'm not going to be your host for the entire evening. There are 3 other hosts, all of them who are lovely, and you may like them almost as much as you like me, almost, not fully. However, while we're waiting for Susanna and Maryam, I do have a 1 minute clip that we want to play to get you all more acquainted with what Faithless Hijabi does. And this clip was put together using the stories of about 5 different women and aligning it to what we can at least kind of have a decent representation of the struggles ex-Muslim face and what Faithless Hijabi does. So if the video is a bit too loud, reduce your volume a little. I can't really control how loud it is, but hopefully it's not that bad. So I am going to play the video now, I guess.
I'm Khadija, and I've been living a double life for 3 years. I'm not a spy. I'm a woman of faith at home and a non-believer when I'm out. I started questioning my faith a while ago. I told my family about it, and it did not go well. I was lost and alone. I did not know who to turn to. Then I found out about Faithless Hijabi's mental health program. Therapy helped me process and overcome challenges, including fear and isolation of living in a closeted life and navigating relationships.
Faithless Hijabi provides a supportive community for young people who have left the faith, along with access to mental health services and resources. But they need your help to continue their important work. Please consider donating to Faithless Hijabi and help make a difference in the lives of these young people. Together, we can provide them with the support they need to heal and thrive.
Great. Thank you so much for listening to that very short clip of ours. Wondering what all your thoughts were on, I guess, I don't know if there are many ex-Muslims tuning in now, but I'm always really curious to understand, especially it being Ramadan, how difficult it is being an ex-Muslim and living a closeted life.
Yeah, I can imagine. Oh, that's one of the things that I never, I think, really fully appreciated, just how I think important freedom from religion and freedom of religious belief really is all around the world. I think growing up in a Western American country, that's always been something very difficult for me to wrap my head around. And so it's always, I guess, just for one, appreciative that these organizations exist, but also just having conversations with people and learning about their perspectives, incredibly invaluable. I guess that's just me kind of being surprised, being born where I was, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say that I feel like I started Faithless Hijabi because I guess I never had to live a closeted life. I was never in a Muslim majority country, but I was in a tight-knit community. but I'd lived away from it for so long that I think I was just, it was easier. It was almost easier for me to leave. But then what was daunting was hearing other women's stories and just how, I guess, just how painful it was not being able to do something. And that's where I feel like Faithless Hijabi kind of really came together to start listening to the story, highlight stories, highlight it to the world, and garner support. And I guess the most important part was to give support as well to the people who are seeking it. Storytelling is one, but then the mental health aspect is always something that I feel like a lot of times, if we're raised in communities where it's stigmatized, we never really get that support to even make the first step. And that's why having the free therapy really helps a lot of people take that step forward. And while we're there, we are just waiting for our 2 first panelists. Maybe we can start by introducing the panel, and while we wait for them, we can perhaps start I guess we can start by introducing it. So our first panel is on Iran protests, a pivotal movement for women's rights, apostasy rights, and liberation for people all over the world. I think what has been happening in Iran has been, I think, refreshing to see how many young people are actually taking the streets and people around the world supporting them. For over 43 years, they've just been neglected. Nobody has talked about the oppression, not the oppression, like the freedom they've been stripped away from, the freedom to believe, the freedom to disbelieve as well. And our first 2 guests are going to be Maryam Namazie and Susanna. They both come from quite different backgrounds, but they've both championed this movement in different areas as well. And it's been amazing just having the time for them having the time for us. But I'm really interested to hearing both Maryam and Susanna's panel here. But while we are waiting for them, I am going to play Shelley Seigel's song For Freedom, which was based on Shervin's. Oh, we do see Susanna coming in. So, hi, Susanna.
Hey.
We were just talking about how amazing and how blessed we are with your time.
Oh my God.
We're so excited you're here. We're waiting for Maryam, but while we are
there was a little bit of confusion backstage, but
okay.
I think she should be here at any moment. Hi, how are you guys? I haven't talked to you in so long.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I guess we'd gone on the wrong link, hadn't we?
Yeah, it's usually you go backstage and then your host on backstage will push you to come forward. Okay. But before we start getting into it, I wanted to play Shelley Seigel's cover of Baraye, which I'm a massive fan of.
Definitely.
So I'm sure others who haven't heard it will go on Shelley Seigel's YouTube and please listen to it. And without further ado,
the Islamic regime of Iran is going to end via a women's revolution, and I think we're seeing that today.
For dancing in the streets, for the fear of kissing, for my sister, your sisters, our sisters, for the change of rotten minds, for humiliation, for poverty, for longing for a normal life. Could that be for the waste picker kid and all of her dreams, and for the corrupted economy, and for the for the polluted air, for the withered trees on Wali Asir, for the little cheetah and his predicted end, for all the forbidden dogs who are innocent, for endless non-stop weeping, for imagining the scene could happen again, for a face smiling, for all the students, for the future, and for this forced heaven, and for the intellectuals in prison, and for the refugee Afghan kids, for all this, and for everything that was not said, for everyone, all the slogans that are empty, for the collapse of houses built so flimsy, and for the peacefulness, for after long, long nights, for the sun rising, for tranquilizers and no sleep, for woman life and freedom, for the girl who wished that she could be a boy, for woman life.
Wow, that was powerful. Every time I hear it, I have goosebumps. And I think what's always I think what's still a reality shock to me is that it's happening now. This isn't something that's beyond my time, but this is happening now as we live.
I hadn't heard Shelley's cover before. That was beautiful.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so glad I could fit it as a surprise, because every time I hear it, it's like always something new.
Yeah, that song makes me so emotional.
Yeah.
But yeah, without further ado, I do have my first question for you, Maryam. So in the past, we've had so many other uprisings in Iran. How is this front different? And how have the recent Iran protests impacted the status and visibility of women's rights and freedom within the country?
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's wonderful to be here. It's wonderful to be supporting Faithless Hijabi for the amazing work that you're doing, and you, Zara, as well. It's just so great to be here and to do however small an action to support the work that you're doing. And it's great that we're doing something with Susanna, of course, on the protests in Iran, because, I mean, the reality is it's a really exciting moment in not just the history of Iran, but I think the history of the fight for human liberation. And I think in that sense, you can see why so many people are excited about the women's revolution in Iran and are supporting it, and are looking to it as a source of hope for real change in Iran against the Islamist movement, but also something that could really bring a new change in the region and across the globe. Because we know that when the Islamic regime was established in 1979, after after it stole an Iranian revolution against the Shah's dictatorship, and suppressed and killed into an entire generation, really, to get into power at that time. It's been a really bleak world, and we've seen the rise of not just Islamic fundamentalism, but all types of fundamentalisms: Hindu, Christian, Jewish, Buddhist, because of course they feed into each other, they help each other, they are recruiting grounds for each other. And so I think that's, we're living in hopefully a time of women's revolutions, because we also have the women's revolution in Rojava in Syrian Kurdistan. So I think why this is different, of course, is as you said, Zara, there's been so many protests in Iran because obviously we know that living under a theocracy is antithetical to 21st century life. But this one is different in the sense that there are no more illusions towards any aspect of the Islamic regime. Because if you remember in the past, there were the so-called reformists, and people thought, oh, they're better than the conservatives. And we always said from the beginning that they're the same. They're just, they're just mullahs which have smiley face stickers on their faces, but they're doing the exact same things. And it was just a difference in strategy. The reformers were saying, if we at least talk about reform, we won't be overthrown because there's so much hatred against our regime. And the conservatives were like, no, if we open up even a little bit, that's the end of us. So it was really a strategic difference. And this time, you're looking at a Generation Z that has no illusions towards Islamic rule. They actually hate the theocracy. And you can see that in the slogans, which are modern, which are secular, which are woman-centered. And it's, hugely anti-clerical. It reminds me of how it must have been during the French Revolution, where they were trying to pull down the church's role and influence in the state. It's the same sort of thing, the turban flying phenomenon where young people run up behind mullahs and throw their turbans off, burning hijabs, removing hijabs. If you look at, for example, funerals of people who've been killed, it's not the usual Shia mourning, it's dancing, it's celebration. You have some young man like Majid Rahnavard who's walking towards his execution, and the Iranian state TV asks him, what's your last will and testament? He's blindfolded. He's surrounded by men with masks on because he's on his way to execution. And he says, I want you not to pray for me, not to mourn. I want you to dance. I want you to celebrate. Don't read the Quran for me. Or the mother of Kian Pirfalak. He's a 9-year-old who was killed by the regime. At his funeral, she said, don't read the Quran at my son's funeral. He hated the Quran. So you're seeing this sort of anti-religious backlash, something we've talked about actually for many, many decades, but we're seeing it now come to fruition. So I think it's an exciting time, but we also have to remember that it's also, these brave people, these women and men on the street, many of them very young, shouting for woman life freedom and end to theocracy. They're being suppressed brutally by the regime, over 500 killed. You've got 70 at least who've been 18 and under, 18 to 20,000 people arrested, rape as a tool of sexual violence. All of these things are happening, and business is going on very much as usual in the rest of the world with regards Western governments and how they're reacting to this regime. So we need to keep that pressure on. We need to support it if we believe this is a new era of women's revolutions. And I think it is.
I think that's incredibly powerful, and it really just, I often think about how a lot of people here, at the very least in the United States, certainly some of the professors that I've had will say things like, this is the type of lifestyle that they really enjoy over there. This very moral relativistic understanding of how societies function. But as time moves on, as you said, it just doesn't seem to be the case. People don't want to live like this. And it's great that we have so many powerful, incredible voices speaking up and actually performing action to their words. So I think, I tend to be a pretty pessimistic guy. I shouldn't be, but it's really hard not to just be filled with some level of optimism about the state of the world and about the future state of the world. And I think in general, just about how we treat each other as human beings and what direction we want to take that towards, basically.
Very beautifully said. I think, I think if we're activists, there is a level of optimism that we always have, because you've got to have this sort of optimism and hope that things can change. Otherwise, I think the world can be so depressing that I think I couldn't get out of bed if I wasn't an activist. You know what I mean? Because you do just get so pulled down. But I think And for me, you know how they say you either see the glass half empty or half full. I always kind of see it half full, and I think you need to do that psychologically, mentally, in order to be able to carry on, because there is so much suffering in this world, not just in Iran, but even where we live, you know, from homelessness, poverty, just so many injustices that we see every day as we're just walking in the streets. So I think activism does make me personally, I feel like it's also a type of therapy for me. But I think also this whole, you know, as you said, this whole moral relativism and cultural relativism, I mean, for how many decades they have used that as an excuse to allow for the violation of women's rights, particularly because when it comes to culture, it's usually the domain of women, you know, because women are the property of the men, of the culture, of the religion, of the nation, all of that. And I think with Iran, it's such a great example to show that, I'm sorry, that no, you know, it's not people's culture to want to be stoned and to want to be flogged for not fasting during Ramadan and for not wanting to wear the veil. So this is a live sort of rejection of that, which I think is a great victory for those of us who've been saying it for so long. And I think it's harder now for people to make that argument.
I think what frustrates me so much about a lot of the misconceptions that we have that I think have been like because of the filter through like Western media is I see like a continued dismissing and diminishing of the demands of the protesters. And it feels like such a slap in the face because like some common misconceptions I hear are like, oh, well, this is like not about Islam. This has nothing to do with Islam. And Iranians are just fighting to remove the headscarf. They just don't want the mandatory headscarf. And they just want to abolish the morality police. Like these are just their demands. And like, what people fail to understand is that those are reform-based talking points because they're saying, okay, we're just going to change this policy, right? Instead of what you hear in the streets are unequivocally, we want regime change. We want a different government. We want an end to clerical rule. And there's one chant that translates to, until the mullahs are shrouded, this homeland is not a homeland. Like you cannot get more clear in your demands that this is about a systematic overhaul instead of just what, you know, maybe in the West we would think, oh, an end to morality police, an end to mandatory hijab, that's a victory. No, we're failing to fully appreciate that that's not considered a victory at this point. It's not reflective of the real demands of the people who are sacrificing themselves for the values that they want their nation to have. Yeah, I think that's very frustrating to me is when I hear that from people who are supposed to be very authoritative.
I mean, can I just add something to that, if that's okay? Is that all right? Yeah. I mean, I think what this generation has come to recognize is that you cannot reform an Islamic state to be woman-friendly in the same way you can't reform the racial apartheid regime to be friendly towards Black and brown people. You can't reform, you know, a fascist regime to be nice to those that it considers the Untermensch or whatever, you know, the subhumans. I mean, that's just the reality of things. And also we have to remember that the regime, I mean, it's a theocracy. So if you end, let's say, hijab rules, which would be impossible for the regime to do because its very existence is based on a religious rule, and women are the suppression of women and the covering of women and the sex segregation of women, you know, women having less rights than men and so on. It's a pillar of the regime. So it's, you know, if it bans the morality police and if it allows for women not to wear the hijab and so on, it stops being an Islamic state. And I think that's what people don't maybe understand. They look at it as a normal state where people are fighting for reforms. And the reality is that they still don't, I think, understand the level of misogyny and brutality that is part and parcel of a religious state. I mean, we keep giving the example of Handmaid's Tale, you know, because that is it. I mean, you can have certain reforms, it'll never be enough because this whole the whole state is set up to be anti-women, misogynist, and anti-human, and you've got to get rid of it. I mean, the only thing I would say is that I'm wary of using the term regime change, because I think that there was an attempt to change regimes in 1979, where we saw that the Shah's dictatorship was then regime changed from above to an Islamic dictatorship. And now again, we see that the Shah's son is vying for political power, and he's talking about regime change from above. And the reality is that this is a revolution, and a revolution is something that happens from below. It's a demand from the people. And I think, the great thing is that a lot of people are calling it a revolution, and revolutions are kind of not the same as regime change. So I think, it's important to support the women's revolution if we want to see real change and not just regime change from above, where a lot of the same rules will still remain and apply.
So, Susanna, this leads me to, want to ask, well, on that note, how can the international community support the efforts of protesters in Iran towards greater human rights and liberation? And what long-term impact do you see coming from these protests on the global human rights movement?
Well, I think globally, one of the major successes, in my opinion, is that the Iranian people have made it clear that they are not their government, which I think was a common misunderstanding for a very long time. Like their attitudes and demands are not reflected in their government, and because it makes that whole argument of like, oh, this is just their culture so much less salient when you see like the videos that Maryam was talking about of people burning their hijabs to great acclaim, or Keon's mother saying he hated the Quran. What stands out to me about that video is that the crowd cheers. They celebrate her saying that. So that shows the mass approval of such an anti-Islamic statement, right? Like that level of public acceptance of that rejection is something a lot of my friends never expected to see, like in their lifetime, so boldly. And so I think it's been a great success that finally the demands of the people are being recognized more widely, understood more widely. I mean, obviously there's still a lot of misconceptions, but there's progress, right? I think the profile of the incredible work that Iranian feminist activists are doing has also been raised. And I think that's of huge benefit to this movement in general. Like it for lack of a better term, it was put on the map in a way it hasn't been for a very long time, in my opinion. And I'm really happy to see that recognition of, people, including our very own Maryam, who have done so much to push the conversations and the feminist thought from this region forward, like such great lengths. How can we support on the outside as an international audience? It kind of depends on your region. I think where you have a more active Iranian diaspora community in your region, you might be able to do more. So I've been involved in a lot of local communities in whatever city I'm staying in at the time. And I like to talk to them and just figure out what their needs are for their community. So in my community, it might be, okay, well, right now we're working to talk to our local elected representatives because we want them to pass, a statement through our city council, or we are trying to get a act approved on a federal level, like talk to your representatives. And in a broader sense, I think we have a duty to keep our eye on the situation and continue to monitor the situation. I think as an international audience, so to speak, or allies, in showing our solidarity, we have to continue to commit ourselves to the fact that this isn't over yet, right? And it's going to be a long-term process, and that means that we can't allow this to fall off the radar and allow approval and vocal approval, I should say, to drop. We need to, really stay vigilant in supporting the people who are still facing consequences for the way in which they came together and showed themselves in the street, they're still facing consequences to this day, and we owe a duty to them to pay attention to what they're going through.
Can I just add to that as well? Is that okay?
Go for it. Yeah, go for
I
it.
mean, I think the thing is, it's not over yet, as Susanna says, for sure. But I think it is the beginning of the end, and obviously it's a process, and it's going to take time. But as she says, we need to keep focus on it. We need to keep attention on it. And luckily, we live in the age of social media where people are now able to speak for themselves in a way that was never allowed when it was, when everything was in the hands of a few media. And therefore, we're now able to see the realities of what's happening. And in addition to, things that we can do is also to call for the shutting down of Iranian embassies, expulsion of Iranian regime ambassadors, defending those who are in prison. Someone like Sohail Arabi, this wonderful atheist ex-Muslim who's so brave. And I know Faithless Hijabi has supported, as has Atheist Republic, of course, all of our ex-Muslim organizations. So those are the sorts of things we can do. And it really does work. If I just want to give you a quick example, the UN Commission on the Status of Women, imagine Iran was on that commission. It's the highest body internationally that promotes gender equality. Can you imagine, women's equality? And because of pressure, Iran is the first country in the entire world that has been kicked out of the commission. So it does work when we work together. And now we've started a campaign. I'm a signatory of it. And of course, everyone can join. And it's to call on the international body to consider sex apartheid as a crime against humanity. Racial apartheid is considered a crime against humanity, but sex apartheid isn't. And it's something that's being done in support of women in Iran and Afghanistan. So these are various ways in which we can keep putting the pressure on. It is working, and we've just got to make sure that we don't allow governments to just carry on with business as usual. No, this is not business as usual. This is the beginning of the end of that regime. And the least governments can do, as one banner said, we don't need you to save Iranian women, but we do need you to stop saving our murderers. And I think that is the message we need to keep repeating.
I actually had a question. I think, Susanna, you mentioned this about people saying it's not Islam, it's political leaders, and kind of diluting the whole conversation, almost as though they can't really take it at face value. But
yeah, I don't think they can.
No, I think
actually don't think they can.
No, it was really surprising. I heard your talk last week, or I think it was earlier this week, and you covered a lot of interesting points in terms of how people are negligent with actually calling spade a spade. And I wanted to ask, I guess, in your experience, not being Iranian, but still vouching for those rights. And I know, knowing you as a person, I know that comes to you very naturally as well. You're quite fierce and feisty, of course. And I think it's lovely. But I guess I wanted to understand a bit more of the pushback you receive from other international communities. I don't know if you get, I mean, I'm sure you get called Islamophobic, but I think specifically in the context of the Iranian protests, I wanted to understand more about the backlash.
Honestly, I can't say that I don't feel like I have received any backlash for being involved the way I have been at an Iranian level. I mean, honestly, I just show up and I get involved with my local Iranian American community, and they're just so grateful, and they will just be so effusive in their thanks for me just showing up, which for me is actually disappointing because I'm just showing up. Like, to me, that's the minimum that I could do, right? I mean, I used to get a lot more backlash in general for what I do about, publicly criticizing Islam and stuff like that. But I don't feel like I've experienced that from an Iranian context at all, actually.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this to Maryam a while ago when we did the panel in Ghent. You remember that, Maryam? But it was, I guess for me, it was interesting.
That makes me laugh.
We just had some really interesting chats in Ghent. But I guess what I received was people on the outside being convinced that these are done by spies, terrorists, or
Yeah, you
Like,
do hear some of that. Yeah.
and
That
I'm
this is
just
all a
like,
Saudi conspiracy. I hear that.
yeah, or like I remember like my community is Shia crazy. And they were like, you know, one of this, and I think Susanna, you know him, Sayyid Amar Nakshwani, like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
Shia preacher. So I know him quite well. He does a lot of like very close to Tanzania, which is very close to Iran, apparently, not geographically. And he was like, I don't have the entire truth in Iran, so I can't support either side. And I'm like, it's very point blank. No matter what your beliefs, you just don't kill people. You do not torture them for not wearing the dress you want them to.
Mm-hmm.
And it still surprises me how people were so many Muslims as well were so appealed with his advocacy of not taking a side. And I just don't think it's okay to not take a side, no matter
Yeah.
what. Like, no matter
Yeah.
what.
Nakshwani in particular is like that. He couches his opinions in a very peculiar way, like because he aligns partially with Khamenei, so but he like doesn't want to pick a side between this other Ayatollah Grand Marja. So I'm not surprised.
I mean, I think again, because we as we mentioned, the realities of what we're seeing is very different than the propaganda we've heard for many decades. You know, the whole cultural relativism that Vincent mentioned, the whole Islamophobia accusations whenever there's any criticism. So it is kind of a shock, and people go back to their comfort zone, which is that it's got nothing to do with Islam, because it's easier to make that argument, even though you can see, even at face value, that there's something very different going on, and there is that backlash taking place. And I mean, I think also, you know, you do have this sort of accusation that it's, I mean, I've heard it not just from people who are obviously pro the Iranian regime, but a lot of the sort of left that supported Islamists and accused us of Islamophobia. I say that as someone who's very much on the left myself, who see it as a, you know, as this is happening because of Western intervention. And, you know, my question to them is, how come when you're striking for against the privatization of the NHS, the Tories have decimated the health service in this country? How come when you're fighting for refugee rights, it's not Western intervention, it's not an act of imperialism, because it's the right to protest against oppression, against unjust laws, and you have very much a right to do that, and I'm there with you. But how come when people in Iran have that protest, it's now, it becomes something that's being orchestrated by Mossad or by the Western intelligence services? Since when is, you know, Western intelligence services and Mossad in favor of women's rights, gay rights, you know, the liberation of people? I mean, it's absurd when you take it for a little further and ask these questions. So I think it's just people falling back into their lazy conceptions that have been easy for them. And I think we have to help work them through this, as we have on many occasions, with regards to the rights of ex-Muslims, Islamophobia, the right not to veil, and so on.
Yeah. Well, I'm afraid we're just on time, and we wanted you guys to talk so much that we did not put any audience questions, because hearing you both talk is like music to my ears. So,
Aw, thank you for having us, Zara.
Yeah,
It's really an
it was
honor.
lovely. Thank you, Zara. Thank you, Vincent. And again, we love the work at CNB that Faithless Hijabi is doing. And, you know, if anyone's watching, definitely it's an organization that needs to be supported. And donate if you can, because this is work that needs support. And unfortunately, a lot of the work we do, it's considered controversial. It's not that sort of thing that you get, you know, money thrown at you, even though, of course, the Islamists will say we're all in it for the money. And, you know, we're all rich because we criticize Islam. But actually, they're the ones that have money thrown at them. If you defend religion, you can be sure you're going to get lots of money, but not if you're critical of religion and defending people who are traumatized and shunned and ostracized because they don't want to be believers anymore.
Yeah, I completely agree. Faithless Hijabi does such good work, and I actually know people personally who have benefited from the services that you guys provide. So I'm really grateful and honored to be asked to help you guys, you know, raise more money to do even better work.
Thank you so much,
Thank
guys.
Fantastic
you.
seeing you guys. Fantastic.
Thanks.
Yes, great
Have
to
a good
see
rest
all of
evening.
you. I missed you.
Good to see you,
Oh, we'll
Susanna,
see
as
you
well.
soon, Susanna.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Great. That was a lovely panel. And before we go on to introducing our next guest, I actually want to introduce you to our surprise host. If you don't already know him, follow him. His links are in the YouTube description below. But welcome, Seyyid.
Hi,
Thank you
Zara.
so
Hi,
much. Thank you so much for joining in.
No problem. Anytime.
But that's it for me this evening. I will still be listening to everything. I'll be spamming your description, your YouTube, the YouTube live chat. But I will let you two take the floor and I will phase out. But thank you so much, guys. Please donate. We're doing amazing work. If you have any questions about what we do, feel free to write it on the comments and I'm going to start responding to them.
Fantastic. Well, it was great being a co-host alongside you, Zara.
Thank you. See you.
Hey, see you, Zara. Hey, Vincent. How you doing, big guy?
I'm doing well. How are you doing today?
Not too bad. Am I clear?
Yeah, you sound
Yeah.
crystal clear.
Sweet.
Yeah, so I'm really excited to go ahead and introduce this upcoming guest. It's going to be Katie from Queer Indian Atheist, a great YouTube channel. I was on there a couple of years ago, and she does tremendous work working to expose the harm of Hinduism, the third largest yet, one of the least talked about religions, especially within the context of harmful religions or religions that can cause harm. And she's also worked alongside multiple Atheist Republic videos, working for them about Hinduism. And so it is, an absolute honor to be able to introduce Katie. Katie, hi, how are you doing?
Hi, Vincent. Hi, Seyyid.
Hi, Katie.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Seyyid. And it's been a long time since I last talked to Vincent.
Oh my
It's been
gosh,
so
it's been so
long.
long. I
the
said last year, but it turns out it was like 2 years ago,
It
right?
was 2 years ago. It was 2021 Atheist Day, so it's been over 2 years.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I have also been inactive on my channel, so I'm trying to get my channel back up as well. So yeah.
Mhm.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's great to be able to have you on. And, the reason I'm very happy that you're on is, for one, I think it was you alongside the great folks at Atheist Republic, Maryam Namazie and Susanna, of course. It was the incident that occurred with the whole Hindutva fiasco of the Draw Kali picture that really kind of opened my eyes up to what was really going on within the Hindu world, what's going on with the Hindutva, what's going on in India. So I'm very excited that we're able to have you on here. We have some great questions that I think will be able to really illuminate what exactly is going on there. So once again, really appreciate you coming along.
Oh yeah. Thanks a lot for inviting me. I'm very honored to be here on the same show as some of really great atheist activists that I know of. So it's been such an honor for me.
Perfect. Okay. Vincent, do you want to take it away with the first question, or?
Yeah, I could go ahead and ask. So I guess I was wondering if you would be able to give us, for the first question, a brief summary, basically, of how emboldened the Hindutva have gotten under Modi, and how has the relationship between the government and religious minorities changed in recent years, and what are some of the key challenges faced by these communities?
Would you mind if I share my screen?
Yeah, I believe I should be able to.
All right. One sec. So I just made, I think it should be I made a small presentation kind of thing for this. And first, before discussing how important and everything, I would like to just explain what Hindutva is, because I'm imagining a lot of the audience are not Indians and they might not have an idea. So first of all, Hindutva is the literal word Hindutva translates to Hinduness, and Hindutva is basically a political ideology that was formulated by the founder of this movement, Vinayak Savarkar, this dude here. In 1923, it's a movement seeking to establish hegemony of Hindus and Hinduism within India. There's another concept within Hindutva called the Akhand Bharat, which translates to United India. The goal of this is to extend this hegemony to beyond the borders of modern India into the entire cultural Indosphere, as we call it, which is a range that may vary depending upon the individual you're talking to. It can stretch anywhere between like just the entire Indian subcontinent or to some nonsensically large regions, as you can see here, that is from like Eastern Europe to covering all of Southeast Asia. So this is basically what Hindutva is in brief. And coming to Modi, like under the Modi dictatorship, as I would like to call it, this is Modi. His victory, he became the Prime Minister of India in 2014. And this was the first time in 3 decades in the history of independent India that one single party had won an absolute majority of the seats in the parliament. At the time, Indians were largely sick of the slow economic growth of the country under the Congress party, which was the previous ruling party. This landslide victory was a result basically of a very smart campaigning strategy that could reach to the growing tech-savvy youth of the country, like via the means of social media. And the youth population, the working youth population, is ever growing in this country. So that was one of the key reasons this party won. And Modi is a member of the RSS, the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, which is a Hindu nationalist organization. The BJP, which is the current political party ruling this country, is the political wing of the RSS. And there's another wing called the Bajrang Dal, which are basically the foot soldiers of this organization. The goal of this organization is to propagate Hindutva ideology. With the victory of Modi, the ideology of Hindutva basically entered Indian politics, like the mainstream of Indian politics. Now, sorry, that was not. Hold on, you can like put down the thing. Put down the thing for now, but so I'm sorry. Yeah. So after like since Hindutva entered like mainstream politics in India, like with his 2014 victory, we have been gradually seeing the rise of Hindutva narratives in politics. It's not all of a sudden, like overnight, it did not happen. It was a very growing voter base of like young voters. Actually, it's not what we would imagine, like, okay, the older generation conservatives. It's like a very young voting base of the conservatives. That is the most reason. That is the major reason for this party's victory. And we slowly started seeing a growth in people blindly following the lead of Modi, and they would defend Modi at all cost, defend him against any criticism, any slander, anything at all. In 2019, Modi got re-elected as the prime minister with another landslide victory. It happened in May, and soon after this re-election in June 2019, we had one of the first major cases of a mob lynching, a Hindu mob lynching. Can you bring up the slide again? This guy here, his name was Tabriz Ansari. He was a 24-year-old from a Muslim background. A video of him quickly became viral on social media. The video had him tied up, bleeding, hands folded, and he was being lynched by a Hindu mob. He was beaten for 4 hours straight and was forced to chant Jai Shri Ram, which translates to glory to Lord Ram. For people who don't understand, this is what I like to call the Hindu equivalent of Allahu Akbar. The day after the incident, the police were notified of it, and guess what the police did? They arrested the victim. They arrested this guy instead of the culprits. This guy was arrested. His family begged to get him medically treated for all the severe injuries that he faced. However, the police denied any medical treatment. Some sources even say that his family was threatened by the police with a similar fate if they did not stop. Only days later, he was imprisoned, and only days later, he was admitted to hospital because his condition was extremely severe. But by the time his relatives reached the hospital to check him out, he was already passed away. The medical report concluded that he suffered a skull fracture and other injuries that led to a cardiac arrest. But few days later, like there were 11 people who were lynching him, and they were arrested, including 2 policemen who were suspended for ignoring the pleas of arresting these culprits. So they were arrested and the policemen suspended. But just a couple of months later, all the charges against all of them were dropped. All of them, the charges of against the victims, against the culprits, they were dropped. And the police, basically what the police did was they changed the report of him dying from skull fracture. Like they just, like, instead of mentioning skull fracture and other external injuries, they just said, oh, he died of a cardiac arrest. There was no violence involved. So the murder charges were dropped. On uproar, like there was a huge uproar about this on social media. So the police decided to reinvoke some charges, but it was not murder charges. The reinvoking of the charges was milder charges like culpable homicide that did not amount to murder. And this was not the sole incident. This was maybe one of the major incidents that started, but this was not the sole incident that happened in India at that time. And ever since Modi's rise to power, we have been seeing a growing number of incidents such as this. Like the victims are often arrested while the culprits roam free. Even when the culprits are arrested, they are set free on bail or the charges are dropped. There have been multiple footage of Hindutva leaders and politicians openly claiming they will take responsibility to set anyone free who gets arrested for violence against the enemies of Hinduism. This is just about the violence. But there was another move by the Modi government, and that was the infamous Citizenship Amendment Act, or the CAA, and the National Register of Citizens, the NRC. While the CAA offered eligibility for Indian citizenship to illegal migrants of Hindu, Sikh, Buddhist, Jain, Parsi, and Christian religious minorities who had fled persecution from neighboring countries of Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Afghanistan. NRC would maintain an official record of all legal citizens of India, where individuals would need to provide a prescribed set of documents before a specified cutoff date to be included. This resulted in various protests all across the country. While CAA alone faced criticism for not including several minorities, such as the Tamil refugees from the Sri Lankan Civil War or the Rohingya Muslims who escaped the genocide in Myanmar. The combination of both CAA and NRC, the combination of these two could mean that Muslims could be rendered stateless by NRC, while the CAA would grant citizenship to non-Muslims. So basically, to make you understand what these two were doing is, the NRC would check, okay, does all of these people have those documents? A lot of poor people might not have these certain documents that were needed to become a citizen of India. A lot of them might have been illegal migrants due to wars in their own countries or whatever not, but all of them would be sent out of India, would be deported. But what CAA made sure was, oh, if you're not a Muslim, then you're getting back into India. So the only people who are ultimately affected are people from Muslim backgrounds. Be sure it's not just Muslims, but people from Muslim backgrounds, because India does not legally recognize atheism or apostasy unless you're moving into another religion. So ex-Muslim atheists who have not become religious in a different religion, they are also considered as Muslims by Indian laws.
So, sorry, if I could ask a question. So what, like, this kind of Hindutva revolution was obviously sparked by Modi, but what was kind of festering before Modi to make everyone kind of follow his lead and not just kick him out? So, like, what was happening before that? What was the situation there?
The situation, it was not like Modi in 2014, as far as I remember. I was a teenager back then, but from what I remember, it was not his hardcore Hindutva narrative that won him the 2014 elections. It was the promise of economical growth and other things that were not growing as much as they should. If I remember correctly, like one of the economists said, India had a 5% growth, while the youth, like we have like a huge population boom going on in India. So the rate we are getting more and more working young people, the rate of Indian economy was not being able to keep up with that. A liberal democracy with a liberal capitalism was not able to meet the demands of the ever-growing working population. The only way to achieve that was a very staunch authoritarian capitalistic government, which Modi offered, kind of. So that is what
That's what
made
he
the
ran on.
youth follow him. And after he came to power, then the Hindutva narrative slowly began to become mainstream into the politics. And shit went to hell in 2019 when he got re-elected.
Oh, I see. So before Modi, would you say that? Sorry, go ahead, Vincent.
Oh no.
Sorry. So before Modi, would you say that there was any sort of divide between Muslims and Hindu in general in India? Like, was this a thing?
No.
Or was everyone just kind of living in harmony?
No, there was divide. There have always been a sort of religious tension in India.
Even in the everyday person, not political,
yes,
but just everyday.
Yes.
Oh,
There has been for as long as I can remember, ever since, I think the main reason was the partition of India during the time of independence. But there has always been tensions. That there has been minor scale violences here and there. There has been like some of the most major things were some of the most major things were the Gujarat riots, the genocide of Kashmiri Pandits. That was one thing. There have been things happening on scales like very often, but right now what we are seeing is a state-sponsored targeted attack against a specific community. So this was not the case. Like there were scuffles, there were like riots, there were a lot of things, but it was nothing to this extent. Today I have seen, this is of course an anecdote of mine, but I have seen people who were not as like Hindus in general in India had a very anti-Muslim attitude, like do not mix in with Muslims. Even the most liberal ones who would be like, okay, you can have Muslim friends, that's fine, you cannot marry a Muslim. So there has always been, India is diverse, but the diversity also comes with segregation.
Right.
Every community lives in its own segregated space. There's no mixing. Like there is mixing in urban areas, but considering 70% of India is rural, the vast majority of India is segregated. So.
And would you say that was the same on the Muslim side of things in India? Were Muslims also kind of wary of being amongst the Hindus there before Modi?
Yes, there were. I was quite young back then, so I don't remember exact instances of then. I can only remember things from now, like after the Modi era, because but back then I know like the majority of India likes to stay away from other communities. That is like even later on Pew Research and other surveys have shown that most religious communities don't like interfaith marriages. That's just a thing among every religious community. Christian, Hindu, Muslim is just common there.
Yeah.
So everyone stayed segregated. But once again, since Modi came, we have been seeing violence on like a level that has been not like precedented in this century before. Like maybe once in one part of India, but not on a national scale.
So do you think that because of the Hindutva, I use this term loosely, but revolution, you can say, right? Do you think that has brought a rise in countering the Hindutva with Islamism in India?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question. Can you repeat that?
So as a response to the Hindutva uprising in India, right, by the Hindus, pretty much how have Muslims reacted to that? Have they been mostly oppressed, or have they been rising up with their own version of kind of, Islamic fundamentalism and attacking, like retaliating, I should say? Like, how are the Muslims reacting in India?
See if we can do a rapid fire too.
So yeah, I don't think there is Islamism in India, but I don't think there has been such a growth. I am afraid there will be, because one thing the far right is doing is pushing like everyone in the Muslim community to a bubble of their own. And I think staying inside this very conservative bubble that a lot of Muslim communities often tend to be, I think the conservatism can rise very freely in those bubbles. So I think we can see a rise, but we have not seen it to a huge extent yet. There have been certain individual occasions, but I don't think that's a national scale as of yet.
Well, Katie, it's been an absolute honor to be able to have you on. It was great hearing your perspective, and I think this was a fascinating conversation. Thank you so much for joining us, and of course, the links to all your channels will be in the description of the video below. Once more, thank you so much, Katie.
Perfect. Thank you, Katie,
you
for providing all that insight. All that insight was amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right, and so I gotta go ahead and throw the talking stick over to you to introduce our next guest.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That was really insightful, by the way. So our next guest is Rishvin Ismath. Am I pronouncing that right? Oh, perfect. He's muted. Okay. So our next guest is Rishvin. He's the founder of the Council of Ex-Muslims of Sri Lanka, which is the only explicitly non-religious organization in the country. A former Islamic preacher for many years, Rishvin left Islam in 2013, founded the Council of Ex-Muslims of Sri Lanka in 2016, has had multiple attempts on his life, was publicly outed as an ex-Muslim in 2019, was displaced by floods, and against all those odds has been a prominent public figure in Sri Lanka and around the world, advocating for humanism and reason. A brave human being indeed. Rishvin, thank you for being part of this fundraiser, and welcome.
Hello, Seyyid, and hello, Vincent. Seyyid is a nice intro, and thank you very much, and I'm happy to be part of this program. And also, I have to thank Faithless Hijabi, Zara, and her team, and for the mental health program that the Faithless Hijabi has been doing for years. So, yeah, in your introduction, you said that my affiliation or the connection to the Council of Ex-Muslim of Sri Lanka. So, I'm happy to say that some of the members have benefited from the mental health program of Faithless Hijabi. Thanks about that one. And also, before entering to the talk, that I request the listeners or the viewers, please go below the link and do your contribution to this program, because ex-Muslims are one of the most persecuted minorities in the world, and absolutely most of them, especially those who are out of the West, or even those who are in the West, also have happened to live a double life. It's giving a big mental toll on everybody. So this kind of mental programs, even though we don't have a big amount of resources to cater the need of all the ex-Muslims who has been suffering or facing this kind of mental trauma, but still, Faithless Hijabi is one of the pioneers and prominent organization doing this help. So do your contribution. Thank you. And yeah, let's we start our.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that, Rishvin. I want you to take, if it's okay with you, maybe 5 minutes and tell us a bit about your journey out of Islam, being in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka has a very small Muslim population, they're a minority by far there. And to be an ex-Muslim there is you're a minority in a minority. Tell us a bit about your journey out of Islam, being in Sri Lanka, and the struggles of the ex-Muslims in India and Sri Lanka as a minority within a minority, in your experience.
Oh, it's a good question. Like during my school days, I first I told that Sri Lanka, the Muslims population make around between 9 to 10% of the total population. It's not a very huge. So it's a minority, right? 10 below 10, like between 9 and 10 is a minority. But the Islamic movements are very strong within the Muslim community. So there are a lot of Islamic movements, and they do this Islamization in the community, among the Muslim community, and they are well educated, well prepared, and they have the good plan A, plan B, and plan C to tackle everyone. And they have infiltrated into the education system, schools, and even into the government section, especially Islamic movements such as Jamaat Islami. So I was I was recruited into the Islamic movements during my early school days. So it was a systematical thing that said I got involved with the Sri Lanka Jamaat Islami, and then later part I had disagreements with them. There was during one of the Ramadan, like now what we are, now what Muslims are in. Like in one of the Ramadan that I had some disagreements, and then I moved into these movements that known as Wahhabist movements, or the Salafist, the Tawhid Jamaat. So that I went to that part. So as long as I remained in Sri Lanka before I go to Saudi Arabia, I have never had any doubt about my religion. So the journey was smooth, and everything, whatever it was taught to me, that I thought, okay, it's my perfect thing. And the good or bad, I don't know. This is maybe I'm fortunate or unfortunate. I had spent a lot of time, go deep dive into the religion and study more things than the normal Muslims or the normal mullah studied about the marriage life and the sexual life of and the slavery, and how it is articulated in Quran, Hadith, and how it is supported, how what are the laws that are governing these things, like even in the child marriage, how it is justified in Quran, what it is in 64:4, and what are the words and how the tafsirs are working and not. This is too much for an ordinary Muslim, but anyway, that I went into this one. So in 2009, I moved to Saudi Arabia for employment for a period little more than 3 years. And when I come back, and I had a lot of free time, and I was invested in the business, and during this free time, and I had my laptop and the internet. That was the first time that I had such a facility, so that I spent more time. And then there were a lot of the racism against Muslims, racism by the majority single Buddhist racist attacking Muslims in social media, and there were a lot of pages and Facebook accounts popping up against Muslims. So that I was recruited into one of the secret groups that was run by Islamists to report these pages. That was the duty of that group. Around 11,000, 12,000 people were there in this group. I was one of them. So while reporting this, I happened to read what is the content of these pages, and say that 96 to 97% of these pages were like garbage, filth, and nothing. But only 2 to 3% of these pages or accounts had some constructive criticism about Islam. So these things, instead of reporting these particular pages, I bookmarked them and I started following them as long as they were existing. And this provoked me that two things that really struck my mind. One of them is the marriage of Muhammad to Aisha. So when I saw this one in the form of cartoon and from the criticism from the secular people, it really provoked my thought, and my faith was disturbed. And it was a slow process. It took me like 1 year to decide that, okay, I'm going to leave this religion, because it's very gradual. It's not like you are listening to the speech of Zakir Naik for 5 minutes and asking a question, or he answer, and you go to the stage and say Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. It doesn't happen like that. It's lie. Because if you are a rational person, and if you have a brain, if you have a small piece of brain between two of your ears, you don't change a religion like this after listening to somebody for 5 minutes. It's very stupidity, or it is a set up drama. So it doesn't happen. It was a journey for me 1 year. So after that 1 year, I really leave Islam, but still I was hiding my faith inside, and like I was questioning and presenting constructive criticism. But most of the people thought that, okay, I have moved from one sect of Islam to another one. They thought that, okay, from Sunni to Shia, that I had gone. No, that I left the religion. And yeah, this is how. But it is Islamists started finding, because I used to be one of them, and then they started to read. Okay, this guy has going to become a murtad, that been apostate, and he should be killed. And there were attempts by these jihadist ISIS and Sri Lankan wing of ISIS to my life, but luckily I survived.
Wow.
The intelligence have reported me 6 known attempts to my life by these Islamists. But they didn't execute, because they wanted to find me in isolation, because they didn't want to leave any trace, because they were planning for a bigger attack that happened in 2019, April 21st, on the Easter Sunday, with cost of 260 lives in churches and star-class hotels. They carried out suicide attacks in 8 places. They were the same people, but they didn't want to kill me where they can be traced, because their major plan will be disturbed. So that's what I survived.
Is this only because you went public, or is this because they just found out you were ex-Muslim?
They found me as an ex-Muslim. I never declared myself as an ex-Muslim. Till that point, I declared myself an ex-Muslim 2 months after the blast. That was June 20th, in front of the Parliamentary Select Committee that was investigating about the Easter Sunday bomb blast. So before that, I never call myself an ex-Muslim. And when there was a question like, are you a Muslim? Like, I count a question, what decides, what is the definition for Muslim, and who has the right to decide it? Like, I was kind of dishing out the question, right, rather than facing it, because I don't want to say a lie that I'm a Muslim, and I don't want to also declare myself an ex-Muslim, because I know there was this dangerous. And in Sri Lanka, like for around 40 years, they taught in the school textbooks, Islam school textbooks issued to the Muslim students free of charge by the government from the taxpayers' money, that punishment for leaving Islam is killing, not capital punishment. Killing. This is taught in the school textbooks, and it is in this teacher's guide also.
Right. So therefore, the law of the land doesn't have to get involved in there. Anyone can just do it.
That's what I said in the beginning, that the Islamists have systematically infiltrated into the government system, especially the educational sector, and they took the responsibility of writing or preparing the school textbooks, and this is how they did it.
Wow. Definitely. Vincent, anything?
Yeah, so I guess one of the things that I also wanted to ask you is in terms of what are your thoughts on how religious theocracies historically have imposed their beliefs on indigenous cultures? What would you say are some examples of religious theocracies stealing and suppressing cultural traditions?
Well, in the part of the world where I am living in, this is traditional practices are also having a toxic influence on the people, because not only the religious, because if you go back to the history, like countries like Sri Lanka or India, you are not going to stop in one place. Like America, okay, you have a written history, like when Columbus go and landed there and the Red Indians were living and how the things changed, and English is there. But here we have our history is mostly based on the myths. Like they claim that there was a king called Ravana with 10 heads and a peacock flying peacock flight, and that worked in Mercury. Like the people. So then, when you say that, okay, the foreign influence, like religions like Christianity or Islam or any other religion came from outside, changed our culture or our traditional way, the people go back and say that we had a great life. Okay, we don't need the Western medicine, we don't need the Western technology, so we can go back. We had a great life. This is kind of a illusion that is planted on their minds. So I don't think like blaming one thing for other is not going to make any good for the part of the world where I am living, and especially in India also, because we are facing the nationalism, and also the Sri Lanka was on the verge of being bankrupt because one of the previous president got the advices from these kind of people, and he banned these fertilizer and went to the traditional method of agriculture, where the product have suddenly fall down and it was insufficient to feed the people, the population. So
desperate.
I don't think like what we are here is mixture of everything, like the Christian invasion of the British, the Portuguese and the Dutch, and the Islam and the Hinduism or the Buddhism from India, and all the mixture, that what we are here. So taking one out of us and saying that we had a great period before our tradition was great is not going to be the good answer to educate the younger generation. So we should stick on what we are here to move forward. That is the best thing, I think, for good for us.
Right. So how would you say like the so-called, like, not everyone there is like fundamentalist type of thing, right? But how would you say the kind of the progressives and the left, like what's not, sorry, let me rephrase that question. How are the progressives and the lefts kind of not enabling any sort of change in this environment?
Well, it's a it will be another controversial topic to define who is left, because it's like same like Islam, like one sect call that we are Muslim, and same another sect calling these sects as infidels. So same
Right.
into the left, that one sect call we are the left and they are not. They are what do you call? They are in the payroll of the imperialists or something like that, and they have the beautiful political terms to label each other. But whatever it is, like they have kind of, for religion like Christianity, they have the Bible, and the Muslims they have the Quran, and out of that they are not going to think. And the left also have something like that in the part. So they call what is the minority means that's Muslims. It is fixed. So, but we are minority between the minority. They don't like to see us. Even they don't accept our existence because they don't want to, because they have already have a plan for years. And all of a sudden that we are coming and identify ourselves that we are persecuted, and expressing our concerns and exposing the threats that we have, then their political agenda is going to be, or what do you call, destroyed. So they have an agenda, and they don't have the brain power to alter it or remake it and make it more progressive, because they are also sticking into certain kind of books. So what they try to do is either they try to push us towards the right wing, or even we don't move, they try to label us the right wings for the sake of their own comfort. They don't want to do changes, and they don't want to stick into the Muslims, but actually they don't help Muslims. They destroy Muslims, and they help Islam, and they help Islamists. So they don't help Muslims. If you love Muslims, you should educate them. You should talk about the people who are oppressed by the religion and who are oppressed into the community. But they don't. They don't want to. They want Muslims to remain their stupid, uneducated, and the slave of Islam, so that they can walk on their head to do their own politics. This is a very bad thing, because left from the other communities have a good life. Their children have a good education, and their girls, like daughters, have good education, good life, and good freedom. But the same age girls into the Muslim community, and especially these LGBTQIA plus people, they can't even identify themselves as what they are. But they want Muslims to remain one community, and they want to have the remote in their hand to use whatever the way they want to. But it doesn't happen, because Islamists have the control, Islamists
Right.
have the hold. This left don't understand what they are doing, but they are doing the damage. I don't know. I don't call the left. It doesn't mean that 100% of the left. They are a good, understandable people who have worked with us in the past and who are in touch with us, and they are very understanding about the issues of ex-Muslims. But majority of those who call themselves as left wanted to support Islam, but they call that we are supporting Muslims. They don't support Muslims. If you support Muslims, you have to support the Muslims to get at least
Educate.
educate and
Yeah.
know the things, but they don't do. And also, certain people, time to time, appear like the mushrooms and coming and say that I'm going to accept Islam. That these people already known as progressive or leftist, or in the field of literature, or some of the progressive field in the political field, but they come suddenly and say that I am going to accept Islam. It is a great religion, and but they close all the door for social discussions with ex-Muslims. They don't care about ourselves. We put a lot of energy to educate Muslims about Islam, and just to make a small change, and they come all of a sudden and bombard and destroy everything. Because when these Muslim people see somebody accept Islam, they think, oh wow, there's something great that we don't understand. Allah has made this person to understand, so our religion is great. What ex-Muslims are telling is, we don't want to listen to this one. They do it because Muslims have a tendency of following fake news. Even if you say that Michael Jackson accepted Islam, or there was a news about Neil Armstrong accepted Islam, or Mr. Bean accepted, like Rowan Atkinson, so they don't want to double check it. They're very happy to share it. So when the
Right.
real person that they know accept Islam, they really get very overwhelmed with the faith of their religion, and they go back. What are the work that we do to liberate them, or at least to educate them, is get destroyed. And these people, they find certain thing and say that this is the thing that I'm accepting Islam. Like, for example, like you want to have WhatsApp for messaging one of your friend, and you are downloading still, but you agree to the terms and condition of the everything in the WhatsApp. So
Right.
if you accept Islam, you are agreeing everything, like misogyny, violence, jihad, slavery, and homophobia, bigotry.
But they don't
Everything
see
you are
any.
agreeing.
But they don't see any of that.
Yeah, but you are agreeing. Yeah, then you are delivering the same message to those people who are there. Oh, hey, I have come to your religion. You stay there, don't move. We will make a very best society together. Like that, you are giving the message. So this is happening in India. Like recently, one of the writers have accepted Islam, and it's also a good way of earning money. Like if you are from a different religion and you become you got converted yourself in Islam and make a big publicity stunt, they have a lot of perks, free tours to Malaysia, Dubai, and Mecca. They get all these
just to tell their story.
Free, yes, and they can start up a small charity and get a lot of donations. It's a business in one way.
Yeah, it's one of the strangest things seeing how this group that you're describing as the progressive or the left here in the United States. It's one of the strangest things how they're more than happy to criticize Christianity and criticize the Bible, but it's very difficult for them to criticize Islam. And I find myself having to constantly say, I'm not criticizing Muslims as people. I'm criticizing a set of ideas. I'm criticizing a book. And I've criticized pretty much every religious book out there that I'm aware of. But it's that one book that a lot of people here are very allergic to, and they're very scared of criticizing it. What do you think is the best way to try to convince people that they shouldn't be scared to be vocal about what they believe, to be vocal about criticizing things that they kind of feel like they shouldn't because everyone else around them is saying, hey, don't criticize that thing. It's dangerous to criticize that.
Well, first I have to understand, like when you criticize Islam, that you are helping Muslims. If you love Muslims, please criticize Islam. Let them know Islam. So this is the message that you have to deliver to them first. Like, okay, you are concerned about Muslims, then criticize Islam. This is the best way to liberate, because I'm an ex-Muslim. I know that somebody that run those Facebook pages had criticized Islam, and I got liberated myself. If otherwise, I would have been in the status of a Islamist or a jihadi. Who knows what would have happened? Like the period like Ramadan, then when you are engaged in night prayers, is an easy way to radicalize people. This is how Sri Lanka Jamaat Islami did, conducting night prayers. So, but I got liberated because somebody criticized the religion. I did not even know that who ran those pages, but those things helped. So, if they know that when they criticize Bible, that they are not criticizing Christian people. So they know the difference. Like when they're criticizing Christianity, they know that they are not criticizing the Christian people. So then why don't they understand that when they criticize Islam or when they criticize Quran, it is not criticizing Muslims? Why don't they understand? No, they do. But for the political or benefit or for some other hidden agenda, they try to portray it. It is a certain influential people try to do this one, and most the big majority fall victim to this propaganda. And also the term Islamophobia is very dangerous. It's very cunningly coined term. It should be Muslimophobia, not Islamophobia.
Yeah,
it's Muslimophobia.
Anti-Muslim bigotry,
not Islam. Yeah,
yeah. And I should say, by the way, for people in the comments, if you guys want to ask questions, we will have, we could probably ask maybe 1 or 2 questions to Rishvin here. So go ahead and send in those questions, guys, while we still have some time.
Okay.
So let's see if we have.
Yeah, sorry. I just want. So going back to when you were saying, like the when popular people embrace Islam. Like I'm here in Canada, and I remember years ago, if you guys remember when Mike Tyson, the boxer, when he accepted Islam, I was at like Arabic Sunday school, and it was like they made a big poster and everything and they kind of sold that, Mike Tyson accepted Islam, therefore Islam is great and true. See, like Mike Tyson accepted Islam. And back when we were young, we were like, oh yeah, of course. Like, Mike Tyson accepted Islam, therefore Islam must be true. And we were saying that stuff in school, like, and I went to a public school even, right? And Canada's very diverse and all that, right? Back then there weren't too many Muslims, but I was loud and proud, like, did you know Mike Tyson's a Muslim now? So it really does affect the minds of young people, and it really makes them, it reinforces that, Islam must be true, because look at all these powerful and celebrities that are accepting Islam and not another religion.
Yeah, it's the same scenario. Like in Sri Lanka, I'll tell you something funny. Like there are two figures they talk about. One is Maurice Bucaille. Like in French, I think you should pronounce Maurice Bucaille.
Okay.
So he's a doctor who served as the personal physician for Anwar Sadat and then did this to Saudi king. And in Sri Lanka, that they in the schools also, the Islamic teachers tell that Maurice Bucaille or this guy Maurice Bucaille accepted Islam, but he never accepted Islam. He wrote a lot of books about Islam and science to make good money from the rich Saudi Arabian kings and the Islamic department. He never accepted Islam. He was a clever. Then the second one is like about this Cat Stevens, the English singer who sang
Oh yeah,
about
yeah,
this
yeah.
the blue
You
blackbird
you
spoke as the first bird.
you
Yeah,
mean
father
Yusuf
and son
Islam?
and Matthew Moonshadow and all these songs. But people know that okay, the Yusuf Islam was a famous singer from England, accepted Islam, but they never know that what was the song that he sang. Even
Yeah,
they
it's
don't have, they didn't yeah, but it's a big propaganda.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
my teacher told me, Islam teacher told me, like he was famous as Michael Jackson.
No,
All right,
He
guys.
was
Well,
not.
this was a fantastic conversation. It was an absolute honor to have you here, Rishvin. And as well, all the links for everything will be in the description of the video below. This was an enlightening conversation. It was great to be able to speak with you. Thank you so much.
perfect. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Vincent, and thank you, Seyyid. And it's a real great honor. And also, I thank Faithless Hijabi. I hope this campaign will be successful. And once again, the reminder to the viewers, the links below. Support us. Thank you.
Okay. Have
Thank
a
you so
great day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, coming up, guys, now we have a whole squad of people joining us. This is going to be a very exciting conversation. And it's going to revolve around what we've been discussing about this conflation of criticizing Islam and criticizing Muslims as a people. And this is something that we've been dealing with, particularly here in the West, of how do we talk about this? It's really difficult. But we found some great people to have this conversation with. And so, of course, onto the stream, we have the lovely Thomas Sheedy, we have the wonderful Stephen Knight, and of course, Khadija Khan. Everyone, guys, I want to thank you all so much for joining us on this panel, for having this conversation. I think it's a very much needed conversation. And of course, I'll go ahead and do the honors of introducing all these lovely people. We have Khadija Khan here, who is a Pakistani-born journalist who has covered this topic extensively at Ariel Magazine. Ariel Magazine is fantastic. I really recommend people reading the great work over there. And next up, we have Thomas Sheedy here, the president of Atheist for Liberty, who I am more than familiar with. I'm happy to consider Thomas a good friend of mine. We worked together on a lot of things. And of course, here we have Stephen Knight, who I've known of his existence for so long from the Godless Spellchecker podcast back during the New Atheist days. Of course, all these people are absolutely fantastic, and it really is an honor to be able to speak with all of them here. So, guys, thank you so much for joining us. This is great.
Thanks for inviting
Thank you for
us.
having me.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, so I guess this whole conversation is basically going to be revolving around this this confusion that a lot of people have of, if you criticize Islam, you must also be criticizing Muslims as people. And particularly here in the West, a lot of people are allergic to that idea. It's very easy to criticize Christianity and there not be a conflation between Christians as people and criticizing the Bible. But that does seem to be occurring with Islam here. And so, one of the first things that I do want to ask is just, Khadija, I'm interested in hearing your perspective on this of, you were recently blocked by Josh Baker not too long ago for, your comments about the silencing of Yazidi women. But giving ISIS brides a platform. And I mean, everyone's always kind of pointed at that towards at Twitter. How is it that they still have these ayatollahs basically, but then they're banning people here in the United States for almost no reason? So I was wondering, why do you think that Shamima is getting a platform in that context, and what has the reaction and support been from the audience?
First of all, thank you so much for having me and giving me this opportunity to talk about these issues, which are very much crucial for us when we face them as a society. Why Islam is getting a special treatment in the West, this is a really strange thing that is occurring in our time, I would say, because we champion free speech here in the West, and we are still, willing to go to any length to protect our right to free speech. But when it comes to criticizing Islam, then there are, sensibilities, fragile sensibilities, which can be, hurt and which can be offended. And it's not the religious Orthodox community that is coming after those people who are criticizing a religion, a set of ideas. It's also the liberal people who champion the liberal causes and who are very much in favor of criticizing any idea. They are also coming after those critics that you cannot criticize this religion because you are criticizing. They are actually trying to conflate these two things, which are entirely different things: criticizing a set of ideas and demonizing people. So they try to conflate this issue just to silence the critics, and that is one of the biggest challenges we face, like in our time. And then the same, I would say, the thing applies on this issue of Shamima Begum. If Shamima Begum wasn't a Muslim, woman, or she wasn't from the Muslim background, so we would be, allowed to criticize her for her, actions, vicious actions, I would say, vile actions that she has been accused of. And we would be supported, and there would be no such thing, that we have to face, like we literally are being called Islamophobe just for criticizing, the treatment we are giving Shamima Begum, the VIP treatment we are giving Shamima Begum in the West. And Josh Baker, he announced a podcast, The Shamima Begum Story, on BBC5. I was like many other people, I was literally shocked when I heard this news and I read about it. And then I had my doubts. I knew that this would be another effort, to just paint her as a victim and just to shift all the, criticism into sympathies for Shamima Begum, and just try to, just make her look like a victim so that she can be brought back and she can be, rehabilitated or whatever they intend to do. So for me, it was a shocking thing, and I expressed my doubts and, on social media, and particularly with Josh Baker, when I tagged him, I just asked him a couple of questions, because for me, this podcast is not going to include Yazidi women's narrative on this issue. And since then, when they announced this podcast, I've been, following each and every detail about this podcast. I've been listening to each and every episode, just to be sure that I was right to say that it is another effort to silence Yazidi women, who are the real victim of IS. And until the last episode, I have realized now that I was right to call him out on his bias, on his partiality. And I was blocked on every, in the end of every podcast, he asked for the questions and the, criticism or whatever feedback people can give. But I am so surprised that I haven't asked him anything. I haven't said anything that could be seen as, could be taken as an offense. Just a simple question that, are you going to include any account from Yazidi women when you are investigating about the circumstances of Shamima Begum. And that is a quite fair question when you are talking about an IS bride who has been accused of, vicious crime committed under IS. You are investigating into those crimes as well. Throughout the podcast, the journalist, the so-called, I would say, investigative journalist, he never asked her about Yazidi women and what she has been accused of doing to them. I mean, those women who escaped the horrors of IS, they have said, and it's been reported, that they were dressed up, they were given clothes to be ready by the IS brides, and just to be ready to be raped by the IS fighters. And these are horrific accusations. And she was never asked about them in this podcast. So for me, it's just another episode how they want to give anything that is related to Islam, whether it is IS, just a special or VIP, treatment. We are not treating one religion particularly the way we treat other religion. And this is another example when a Yazidi, well-known Yazidi women, Nadia Murad, she was having an event in Canada, and then the event was cancelled only because whatever she would say about IS would offend Muslim students. I mean, that is ridiculous to even suggest that whatever we say about IS that is going to offend decent people, decent Muslims who are very much a part of the Western societies wherever they live. But this is how they treat one religion. It's all about just to protect one particular set of ideas from all sorts of criticism.
Yeah, it's so tragic when you can't even, like you were saying about kind of liberal secular Muslims in the West, they themselves condemn the actions of IS. They would be fully behind them, behind you, behind everyone criticizing the treatment of Yazidi women. But because they don't want to step on the toes of Islamists or because of the whole Islamophobia umbrella term that they have set up, they don't want to touch it. They don't want to touch the topic. But if it was any other religion, they'd have no problem. Any other part of the world. It's tragic.
Mm-hmm. And I think that ties in well into, something that I've been wanting to ask Stephen is, so going off of what Khadija has said, what are some contrasting ideas mentioned with the Wakefield incidents? Is the UK or parts of the population agreeing to let in blasphemy laws?
Yeah, and I just building on what Khadija was saying, there is this really interesting issue we have with ideology versus the individual. I started criticizing Christianity when I first got into the God debate around about 2012, I think it was. And, people celebrated that, thought it was hilarious. And I was very naive because I sort of pivoted towards Islam and started doing exactly the same things. And that's the very first time in my life I'd been called a racist. Suddenly I was a racist because I treated Islam in exactly the same way I treated Christianity. And I think that's what it comes down to. I think the left specifically are deranged on the issue of race, just as the far right is. There's this idea that everything that can be boiled down to an individual in their identity is related to their skin color. And there is a kind of tacit racism on the left where they see somebody who's a Muslim and they instantly conflate that with issues of race. They don't see that that's just an ideology like any other. And I think in Wakefield, it was remarkable for me to see police officers and Muslim community leaders talk about the division this has caused in the community and the tensions in the community, because some teenage pupil had allegedly dropped a Quran on the floor. And it makes you think, really, what causes more division in the community? Is it a teenager dropping a book, or is it Islamofascists sending threats and trying to whip up a mob in service of ancient blasphemy laws? And I think it's the latter. And I think what we saw there from the authorities, from politicians, from society at large, is this reluctance to criticize anything perceived in their head to be non-white. And I think that's really dangerous. I think it reinforces a conservative Islam as well. There's room here, obviously, for liberal Muslims and secular Muslims to be platformed who are against this kind of behavior. There's endless instances in the UK specifically of the left kind of buttressing and propping up this conservative Islam. I've heard from female journalists who are Muslim, and they've been invited onto talk shows, and the producers rang them to guide them through what they're going to talk about, and they'll ask, just as a throwaway question, "Oh, do you wear a hijab, by the way?" And these like secular liberal Muslims will say, "Well, no." And the producer will go, "Okay, I'll get back to you." And they never get back to him, and they turn on the TV to see whatever segment they were supposed to be on, and there's a hijabi on there. So they want this aesthetic idea of what a Muslim is, rather, and it's rooted in these conservative ideas of Islam. And I just feel there's a big place for liberalism to play a part in the pushback here. And there's this horrible perception that anyone that wishes to push back against anything that's Islamist in nature comes from a sense of the far right, or a sense of religious hatred, or a sense of racism. And I think we just need to kind of reinforce this idea that all ideas are up for criticism, ridicule, mockery, and in a way, by wrapping Islam in bubble wrap and kind of shielding Muslims away from any sort of criticism or ridicule or mockery, you're kind of denying them the chance to learn something new and emancipate themselves in a way. We're kind of pointing to them from outside and saying, that's what you are. You are 100% defined by your Muslim heritage now, and nothing will change. And furthermore, we will protect you from hearing anything that might offend your ideology. And it's playing out in really concerning ways in the UK. You only have to look at some of the polling data on attitudes towards homosexuality. For instance, you only have to look at the numbers of UK Muslims willing to join ISIS. You only have to look at the Wakefield incident. That's come hot on the heels of the Batley teacher, which many have forgotten about already, who's still in hiding and fearful of his life because he's shown a Mohammed cartoon in a lesson about freedom of expression. So there are a lot of moving parts there, and it feels like it's getting worse, and it doesn't feel like anything's moved on much since the Salman Rushdie affair, unfortunately.
And Stephen, I'll add on to that. It's not only the UK, it's not only Central Europe that's being affected by this problem. It's the United States too, speaking from the Americanized perspective here. Look at what happened to Salman Rushdie back in August, him being attacked at the Chautauqua Institute in upstate New York. This isn't Europe. This isn't Canada even. This is New York State we're talking about here, not even Minnesota and Michigan. And it's those rural. Numbers of attacks, the number of attacks, the numbers of censorship that has happened just in the name of defending Islamism by basis of politicians, by supporters, by advocacy groups in this country alone is really disgusting to see. And it's really, really horrifying, considering in my biased view, the United States is one of the best countries for freedom of speech in all of the West, in all of the world. And overall, we're starting to see more and more of our actual freedoms, our secular liberties, trumped in the name of this so-called diversity of if you criticize anything that remotely relates to any population that's a majority brown, or you criticize the Islamic religion like you criticize the Christian religion, therefore you're going to get attacked. It's one of the reasons why I happily joined the Clarity Coalition a few months ago and participated in their global seminar, because even in the United States, we're going to see the same issues happening in Europe, the same amount of attacks tick up here across the 50 states. And it's really, really scary. And one other point I'm going to mention on this topic, take a look at the United States atheist community. Right, the community that helped bring new atheism into prominence around the world when 9/11 hit. Where's the support of the big think tanks, the 501c3 organizations, the 501c4 lobbying organizations, and plenty of the people who owe their careers to people proudly speaking up against Islamofascism? They're silent, and they're silent because they've adopted a new religion. So I'm very glad that we as atheists are assembling. But to everybody who's watching, we are a fragment. The few Americans that are here speaking up, and everybody else around the world who see this problem on a daily basis. It's time we end the political correctness and this nonsense right now, and start speaking about a true problem before it collapses civilization. Maybe not in 10, maybe not in 20 years, but in the years soon to follow.
Yeah, our kids' generation, it could be too,
I
right?
just want to say, Stephen just mentioned that some female from Muslim background, they were invited and then they were asked like whether you wear hijab and all that, and then they were never called back. So I have also received 2 calls from BBC 5 to comment on Shamima Begum's case. And it was like they invited me on the day when they would release the podcast to comment on that. But the first time they said we will return back, that we have cancelled, you know, that segment and all that. And second time when they did, obviously I had to change my schedule and all that with my work and all that. But then later they called me and told me that, okay, sorry, we have canceled that segment again. So for me, it was like, let's see who is going to speak in that on that issue, you know, on Wednesday when they would release the podcast. So it was Josh Baker, you know, they invited him. And of course, him and me, maybe he did, I don't know, maybe he didn't want to hear anything from me, or
you frightened him. He was terrified of your tenacity. That's what it was. Scared him away.
To me as well. I never mentioned this on social media, because for me it was like, it doesn't matter to me that you have canceled that twice, but that speaks volumes about their integrity, how they are leaning towards, you know, one biased and partial narrative. In this case, you know, that they want to listen to from those people who want to talk about only Shamima Begum's victimhood, not about, you know, what she did and why it is necessary that we listen from the victims who were affected by what she did. So that's how they work.
You know, Stephen, you brought up something that I'm interested in kind of opening up a bit more. You said that a solution to probably, you know, a lot of these concerns that we're raising is probably embracing liberalism more, and liberalism, not to be confused with the more progressive sort of left-leaning progressive viewpoints that have been basically that we're criticizing, but a return to liberalism could really help us out here. Do you believe that? Do you see a possible future in which that can actually be achieved? Because that word has, you know, people are saying that word very negatively nowadays, especially on college campuses, especially in a lot of these very far left-wing circles. They're very, very angry against the idea of liberalism and against the idea of individualism. Do you think we need to find something else, some other political sort of, viewpoint or ideology, for lack of a better term, or can we convince them to come back to liberalism?
Well, that's a great question. And noting that liberalism has pretty much become a pejorative, which I think has been entirely earned by the way the so-called progressive left have behaved over the last 10 years or so, for sure. When I talk about liberalism, I think the response to a lot of these liberal things, which is what they are, is some staunch liberalism. And to me, that means reinforcing ideas such as individual freedom, freedom of expression, freedom from and to religion. All these things, I think, can be defended under the guise of liberalism. I think liberalism now has been replaced with some kind of wishy-washy idea of inclusion and diversity. And we kind of pick and choose what can and can't be criticized based on where they fit in the sort of intersectional structure, and skin color appears to be at the top at the minute. I think it's currently in a battle to the death between that and transgenderism. I think it'd be interesting to see who wins out there, but I'm quite pessimistic, unfortunately, about a resurgence of liberalism, staunch liberalism. I think, unfortunately, and what is terrifying to me is the idea that perhaps some sort of hard right ideology will be popularized, some sort of return to a sort of staunch national populism, a response to this kind of problem. And that's a shame. And I think we saw that with the election of Trump. I think we've seen that a little bit with the Tory rule in the UK. I'm not saying the hard right or by any means, but this idea that when the average voter sees a problem not being dealt with, they often panic or reach for the first person who's making sensible noises on that issue. And unfortunately, a lot of the time when people are making sensible noises on this issue, they also have some rather nefarious attitudes towards other things as well, which you wouldn't want to place in power. So I don't know how we go about doing this. It's got to start with a discussion surely. But I think the sensible solution is a kind of secular, staunch liberalism, not being afraid to stand up for liberal principles. Liberalism has come to mean anything goes in the mind of a lot of people, and that's not really what it is. We can stand up for Enlightenment principles and reinforce them, and that all falls perfectly well under the guise of liberalism.
And Thomas, so I'm also interested in asking you this question, given that you lead, one of the biggest, I guess, non-woke atheist organizations out there. How has the term Islamophobia really made it difficult for you to criticize Islam in a substantial way? I know you've been in the new atheist movement before I can even remember, before I even knew it was a thing. So certainly you pretty much saw this starting. You kind of saw it happening before your own eyes. So I guess, how have you seen it really affect the way in which atheists can very productively argue against religion, or argue in favor of rationalism?
So first off, I am in favor of rationalism. I'm not a fan of dogma of any kind. So easy ball right there. But that's a good question, the overall question about Islamophobia. So not from the atheist to liberty perspective, because we're not trying to unify with the people from what remains of the atheist community that don't want to associate with us in any way, right? If they have closed the doors, call us Islamophobes because we dare to criticize the Islamic religion like we criticize the Christian religion, okay, we still have to proceed forward. We still have Western civilization to save. We still have to fight for freedom of speech and freedom of religion and freedom from religion. But speaking from my past experience in the atheist community, before Atheists for Liberty existed, before the atheist community really fully went downhill, but was kind of in that process, my problem that I saw is the moment that there was any criticism of Islam, where an atheist organizer would make a post on Facebook equally criticizing it. This would be in the wake of, say, 2014, the Bill Maher-Ben Affleck debate. 2016, Richard Dawkins talking about the issues of Islamism plaguing the West, him getting canceled, I believe, in UC Berkeley and other places. Bill Maher being disinvited from UC Berkeley. Using Berkeley is a lovely example, but Berkeley is just a reflection of a lot of colleges and universities, but also within the atheist community, a mass unfriending. Just from me, I used to identify, I was like milquetoast liberal, just like several years ago. And I even remember then being mass unfriended by hundreds of so-called state leaders, local leaders, and even some national leaders of what remains in the atheist community, because I put Islam on the same pedestal as Christianity. And this used to not be the case. Like I said in my first statement here, we sprouted as a movement in the United States, at least successfully, out of the September 11th attacks. Thousands of Americans with people of public policy backgrounds and political science backgrounds and history backgrounds and religious studies coming together to see the true civilizational threat of people that want to kill us, that will do anything that they can to make sure that their belief system wins. If that means then you getting stabbed in the streets of London, fine. If that means that you're a girl in Sweden or Germany and you're going to get raped in the name of Islamic migrants coming in and not respecting secular law and equality of opportunity and religious diversity and religious freedom, oh, that's okay. If you dare make a thread calling out that issue, you're going to be mass spammed and mass unfriended by so many of our so-called friends that we had here in the atheist movement who were shoulder to shoulder with us, side by side with us, when just a few years ago we were criticizing the religious right in the direction that it was going in before Oberfeld v. Hodges. And it's a real shame again. So Atheists for Liberty is not that affected because we're not playing that game anymore. We just like what Stephen said, we are standing up strongly for Enlightenment values. We're not playing this kind of nonsensical game. We have a no nonsense policy at AFL when it comes to standing up for our values and not being politically correct by any means. But definitely in the past, before there was any national atheist organization that was willing to say no to the bloggers, no to the politically correct activists, no to Hemant Mehta, no to PZ Myers. I'll call him out. I don't give a crap. We have to. It was really sad and unfortunate to see, and I know it's led to people like you, Vincent, Steve, and myself, and I bet I don't want to speak on behalf of everybody on this panel, but so many of us kind of feeling disgruntled and surprised as to where the new atheist movement has kind of gone. But luckily, over the last 3 years, we've at Atheists for Liberty have started to pick up the pieces, and we as a national U.S. atheist organization have worked closely with our ex-Muslim friends and allies, with other atheist and free-thinking and rational organizations around the world, to speak the truth about this problem and to call naysay on the silly and stupid term Islamophobia.
Yeah, I think to my mind, Thomas, I think you're the sole American atheist organization that hasn't been completely infected by identity politics. I don't know if you remember, I think American Atheist, the organization's completely fallen off a cliff to my mind. I don't even know what they're for anymore. I don't know if you remember back in 2019 when that horrific scumbag shot up that mosque in Christchurch, New Zealand.
Yes, they went after Sam Harris for that.
Yes,
I remember that.
The American Atheist organization pointed the finger at Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris. They linked the writing and words of Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins to this horrendous terrorist attack in Christchurch. Obviously, their balls had dropped off. They started really worrying about their reputation and decided they would think more closely about how they criticize Islam going forward, because they don't want to be culpable in anti-Muslim terror attacks. And it was just the strangest thing ever to see a prominent atheist organization completely retreat from the idea of criticizing Islam because of
and not only that, Stephen, I'll jump in there. Not only that, not only American Atheists being an atheist organization, the Firebrand organization that had their president drawing images of Muhammad in their talks, you know, when they were doing promotionals, back when the New Atheist movement was in its prime, American Atheists took the lead in criticizing Islamism. Where are they now? Where are they now? They're promoting they're doing polyamory talks at their conferences now. I think that's where they're going. They have some great graphics with some people with lovely different hairstyles giving wonderful talks, Stephen, about the diversity of sexual polyamory and unprofessionalism at conferences. You know, I'm so proud to see where they've gone. Yeah, we're not doing that at AFL. We are not making the same mistakes that those nonprofits have gone. And I hate to say this, I hate to come off as unprofessional myself when it comes to criticizing that. I'm a former assistant state director for American Atheists representing New York State. I have a big love for that organization. I still keep my old American Atheist membership card in my wallet because I respect the history as to where a lot of us came from. But American Atheists in 2023 is not American Atheists in 2013. It's not. It's not the old or new atheist organization that we once thought it was. But I'll say this too. I'm on a campaign to say that if Nick Fish gives me a call and says he wants to work with me on something, I'll be the first one to say yes. Will I ever get that call? I don't think so. So we're going to, again, have a no-nonsense policy. Continue to push forward. Continue to work with our ex-Muslim friends on speaking the truth about what is happening around the Western world. I do not want to see the United States become Sweden. I do not want to see the United States become Germany. And as president of Atheists for Liberty, I'm going to make sure that we do everything in our power to work with our state directors to make sure that doesn't happen.
I think we, of course, people who criticize Islam or any religion, they can, you know, understand the value of liberalism and secularism. But I think liberals are the lesser evil in my view. We need these people on our side, and they are actually, I don't know, they are delusional in my view at the moment, because they are from their side, they try to protect minorities. I'm from minority background, okay? So I don't want to be protected by anyone who thinks that I have no courage to face the truth, or I cannot stand a criticism. I don't want to be in a situation. But they try to infantilize, you know, people by saying that don't expose them to such ideas. They cannot respect secularism because they have their own orthodoxies. They don't. I can see it here in the UK. It's one of the most diverse society, and it's a beautiful society, I would say, when it comes to minority. It's very comfortable, I would say, for everyone who believes in secularism and liberalism and to be a part of this society and live here. But when we come to religious minority, we see that there are a section of those societies who are living in complete isolation. They have been infantilized to that extent that they are no more a part of the mainstream society. They are just living in complete isolation. and with their orthodoxies and all that. And these people who are liberals, and they have betrayed, I would say, their own values, their own principles. They are unable to see that they cannot they are not protecting them. They are just doing no service, I would say, to those people. They are just pushing them more and more in isolation. So from my perspective, I want to have those voices on our side so that we can make an effect, on the wider society, because we know that religious people are here, and here the freedom to practice your religion, I really appreciate it. Freedom from religion, I really appreciate it. But I don't want to live in a society where you are giving this sort of impression that you are free from religion, you have your right protected under the law of the land, but still you are not allowed to criticize one particular set of beliefs. So here I think we have this situation. It's a predicament at the moment, but still I at least hope, as you said, I don't want to speak on the behalf of all of you, but I really hope that these people, they would realize this soon and stop pushing these minorities into isolation and let them be a part of the mainstream society. Because as Stephen mentioned, identity politics, yes, this is the thing. That is the problem of our age, I think. It's one of the biggest issue. And the problem is the far right and these liberal people, they are speaking the same language, I would say, the identity politics. And that is damaging, I would say, for those people who are from minority backgrounds, who are trying to, be a part of the mainstream society, because there are people who really espouse secular values within the Muslim communities in the UK, in the US, or in the Europe. But again, they are pushed back by these kind of narratives that, oh no, you cannot, put up with these, ideas. These are too much for you. So you need to be, caged, whatever your orthodoxies are. You need to live with them.
Yeah, I think that's wonderfully said. One of the things that I've also been a bit concerned about is, we've talked about how a lot of people tend to get deplatformed whether we're talking about Richard Dawkins getting deplatformed for Berkeley, for what he said about Islam, or really just about, even big news organizations that originally invited you and then just kind of gave you the cold shoulder. And what concerns me is that a lot of this, the reasoning behind why they're doing this, isn't so much that they themselves believe that you should be deplatformed, or at the very least, there's enough where you could say they're doing it because they're just scared of public pressure. They're scared of what's going to happen to our organization if we let this person on, what's going to happen to the well-being and safety of the people that we employ. And so I think this is a much more concerning issue, because now it's not just a matter of trying to convince people that they should allow a platform to anybody that they think should have a voice. We're trying to convince people basically that they should kind of disregard any safety concerns that were probably legitimate that they should have. And I think that's a lot more difficult. And so I guess my question, I would say I'm probably going to throw the ball into the court of Khadija, given that, this is something that you yourself have dealt with, is how do we convince people to let people such as ourselves, let's say, go on the news organizations or go on some podcast or whatever it may be, if they have a legitimate safety concern? It's not just a matter of trying to convince them that we have a reasonable voice and that we're not what other people say that we are, but it's also it's also just making sure that they think that they're safe and that they won't have any social ramifications. How do we do that? That sounds like it's a lot harder.
This whole concept of protecting people's, sensibilities, that concept, I find it really tragic and dangerous at the same time, because there was a time when in the West, when you were not able to criticize Christianity, and the people who dared to criticize Christianity, they were subjected to horrific, punishments. and they all cause offense. So if they had not caused offense, then we would not be enjoying all these freedoms in the West that we have right now. So danger is always, like I would say, there, no matter how you try to manage things. But the tragedy is that the concept of protecting people's sensibilities have made it more worse, I would say, because when people who don't feel safe, like I myself, I really don't feel myself safe when I am going somewhere, like on some platform. I know that there would be some people who will come after, after me when I'm going to criticize, so many things they hold dear to themselves. But this is the danger we are facing. I think those people who are breaking the norms and trying to criticize the mainstream narrative that is held by so many people who are in the position of power, I would say as well, because it's all about those who are having powers in their hands, but they are not doing, I would say, what they're supposed to do. They are not being on the side of those people who are upholding liberal and secular values. I think this is the foundation of Western civilization at the moment, but they are not on the side of those people. The authorities, they have, I would say, they have done a blind eye to what is happening around us. For them, it's like protecting sensibilities is more important to calm the situation. This narrative to calm the situation, that is dangerous, because to calm the situation, what they are doing is they're feeding and pampering those fanatics who want to curtail the free speech, because they deem it, they see it as an offense to their beliefs, to their sensibilities. So I think as long as the people who are in the position of power, they don't take a stand, it's very difficult for people like me to feel safe, because I know that if something happens to me, police is not going to be on my side. What happened in Wakefield incident, the police, the chief constable, he was standing right next to the imam and the teacher, the headmaster, and the imam was saying, who was literally giving sort of threatening, threats and all those things which should be seen as an alarm. He was just sitting next to him, and the imam was saying that the headmaster is agreed to work with us, with me, in order to educate kids about Islam. And it was very scary, to be honest, because the authority was there, the headmaster was there, and then there was a fanatic who literally tried to threat the whole society that if you are going to offend my sensibilities, we are not going to let you brush this matter under the carpet. So this is the situation. We need support from those people who have power. But unfortunately, they are playing this game of political correctness, calm the situation, and try to sort things out. But what they are doing is getting the situation more worse and worse, I would say, as it happened in the UK. That first we have the incident in Bexley, then we have incident in the cinemas when they were banned to showcase the movie The Lady of Heaven, and then we had the protest outside the school gates in Birmingham, and now we have this Wakefield incident. This is getting worse, and literally we're going nowhere, because we still have no one in the position of power who can just show a backbone and just say that, okay, we're going to deal with this matter up front. For them, it's always calm the situation by appeasing fanatics. So that is the problem. Unless these people, they realize that they need to take a stand, a firm stand in this matter, I don't think so that people like us, we can ever feel safe when we are talking about these issues. But I think
I just got to quickly interrupt. I'm pressed for time. I'm in a room that has a time limit, unfortunately. But I want to say, I'm so sorry for interrupting. I want to say thank you so much for having me. I know this has been planned months in advance. I really appreciate getting to give the atheist celebrity perspective on things. And I love the cause as to what this fundraiser is all about, and I'm looking forward to supporting Faithless Hijabi in the years to come. So thank you for having me, guys. I just got to bounce a little early, but appreciate for coming on. See ya.
Oh, thank God. Thank God he's gone. What a terrible human being. Oh, unbearable. I'm kidding. I love Thomas.
Go ahead, Khadija. Sorry.
I was just saying that we should give ourselves a little credit that despite of all fears, all things that are going around, we're still speaking on this issue. It's a huge thing. And we are facing this threat wherever we go.
I think that is a fantastic note to end this on. This has been absolutely fantastic. It's been an honor to be able to speak with both of you, Thomas as well, now that he's gone. But Mr. Stephen Knight, thank you so much for joining us again. I've been listening to your podcast for quite some time, and I think your episodes on veganism are underrated, I'll say.
Oh, you were the one person who listened to those episodes. I finally found you. Wonderful.
I'm gonna start. I'm an ex-Muslim vegetarian, so we're the minority.
Wow, there you go. I appreciate you both, gentlemen. You've done a fantastic job hosting this panel tonight as well.
Oh, appreciate it. And Khadija Khan as well. Thank you again so much. It's been an absolute honor. Everyone, thank you guys. This was fantastic. And again, links to everything for Khadija and Stephen in the description of the video below. Once more, thank you guys so much for coming on. It was an honor.
My pleasure. Thank you. Nice to see you again, Khadija, as well.
Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. Wow, that was quite insightful. I stayed quiet because, man, I learned a lot in that panel.
Yeah, I mean, those guys are absolutely fantastic. And so what we're gonna do now, guys, I am sorry to really disappoint everyone, but it looks like this is the end of my tenure here as one of the co-hosts. So we're gonna have a new set of co-hosts. We're gonna have the lovely Bruce and Ghada, or I don't know if I should. I don't know if it was supposed to be a surprise, but I'm not quite sure. But in which case, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and play a fun little music video, and once that music video is over, you guys will see you'll see new faces, probably prettier faces, at least on my end for sure. All right. Well, Syed, it's been fantastic. Thank you so much for allowing me to be.
It's been a pleasure, man. Learned a lot. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Well, in which case, in the meantime, please enjoy such a lovely video.
It penetrates your body from your head to your toes. Music is haram, everybody knows. It penetrates your body from your head to your toes. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, well, we're still here because we are having a bit of a delay. Yeah, but in the meantime, we can at least bring in one of the other panelists, and he is a good friend of mine, so I'm very excited to have him on. And guys, everyone, please put your hands together for the illustrious Bruce. Bruce, how are you doing today?
Well, I think this is the first time I'm showing my face, other than
how does it feel?
The Babylon Project. So it feels good to be back.
That's right. This is Bruce, my co-host from the Babylon Project. Everyone has no idea what he looks like. He's never shown his face. This is his big face reveal. What a great time to.
And before you ask, no, I did not get the name Bruce from Batman or Bruce Lee or anything like that.
So, Bruce, you've been watching, I'm sure, intently. What are your on the previous panel at the very least? So what are your thoughts on what we were talking about in terms of conflating Islamophobia with anti-Muslim bigotry, and how difficult that really makes it to have an honest conversation about ideas that we find disagreeable?
Well, okay, to be honest, I didn't watch the whole cast through, but I jumped on to catch as many clips as I could. It's like one of our friends, Thomas Sheedy, is on there. I'm also a big fan of Stephen Knight. I've watched his podcast with the number of guests he has, and always get something away from conversations. What do I think about the subject? Yeah, that's a hard one because I think we're in an environment right now in which most people, for the most part, their hearts are in the right place. We want to give deference to minorities. We want to protect marginalized peoples. We want to make sure our history is not just whitewashed. We want to be able to speak about the whole gamut of topics that relate to civilization in an honest fashion. Unfortunately, as we all know, sometimes the needle can go too far in one direction for one cause or another, and we see that happening with a wide variety of social justice movements. And the one we're here to discuss today is Islamism. It's really difficult to have those conversations today because when you see the word minority, you immediately think a certain topic is not good to be broached for discussion, because we don't want to offend people. We don't want to to punch down. But there's a whole bunch of other topics that need to be discussed under that. What if they have minorities under minorities? What are some of those subcultures in those overall minority umbrellas have extreme conservative practices that are equal to or worse than the hyper conservative Christian right? Those subjects should not be off the table for discussion, especially if we mean to further the bend towards the moral arc, as Michael Shermer might put it. If we want to expand the idea of women's rights, if we want to expand protections for homosexuals or other persecuted minorities under those umbrellas, those topics should not be under the table. And I believe that was the large gist of what was happening in the previous stream. And unfortunately, it's the needle is swung too far over, and there has to be a reasonable middle.
Yeah. I think like, you guys are from the States, I'm from Canada, and I think a big problem is it's almost like nobody wants to go first. Everyone's kind of thinking it, right? All the people with platforms and the organizations and stuff, they know that these things have to be discussed. They want to discuss them, but I think they're just afraid to go first because they're going to have that, the fundamentalists, whether they're Christian, they're Muslim, or they're anything like that, they're going to be down their throats, canceling them and everything, right? So, but they need to be brave. Someone needs to take the first step, and then they might actually have that backlash, right? But then they'll pave the way for everyone else to say, no, this really does need to get spoken about. And it's almost like you were saying, Bruce, these things, women's rights, LGBT rights, these things kind of transcend religion. They need to be spoken about just in everyday society, right? But nobody wants to tackle it first.
Well, no one wants to be the asshole to be accused of punching down.
Exactly.
But down is a really, really relative concept in a lot of these conversations. I mean, what do you mean when you're punching down? I mean, you can speak on behalf of Muslims who do not deserve to be slimed, who have lived in this country for a long period of time and are peaceful people, but there's also they have their own equivalent of the Christian right here. So when you see homosexuals and women being mistreated in Muslim majority countries, who exactly are you punching down against?
Right.
It's relative to the specifics of the topic, and you can't just sweep that all under the rug because it's about minorities. Yes, of course, you have to. We have to keep that in mind, but it's not as big a subject as I think many progressive fanatics. There's another way to put it. Progressive fanatics would like to oversimplify it as. And that's just to think otherwise is just not intellectually honest or morally honest.
Right.
Who what's down? What's down and what's up? You can't sweep that under the rug.
Yeah. Ghada, welcome. You're still driving.
Hi, everybody. I'm here. How is everyone doing? I was just listening about the when you were talking about rights and everything that transcends, just religions and ethnicities and it's almost laughable how people, whenever they look at Islam, they deal with it with kid gloves when it comes to women's rights. Oh wait, but there's choices. However, when these tribe wives come up and talk about their I want to be a traditional wife, I want to be whatever, they go on and just go and try to destroy their arguments. But when it's a woman that is a Muslim woman, or a woman that is stuck in Islam, and like all of the things that come with it, the hijab, you know, the whatever it is that you have to do in order to maintain the obedient, good Muslim girl, everybody shuts up. Everybody's like, oh, well, you know, it's their culture. We just want to not really all that other bullshit that is, it's just, it's heartbreaking.
It is, yeah.
But yeah, that was a good point about the you know, that there's this hypocrisy there where they're willing to criticize one and not the other. But the right also is really concerning in this field as well, because there's two things that they'll tend to do. Either one, they'll use this as a way to just bolster up their religion rather than just pointing at, you know, a set of ideas like, well, these ideas are bad because of this. What they'll tend to do is say, these set of ideas are bad, but look what our set of ideas is doing that is so much better. They'll either do that or they'll play hand in hand with them, right? And they'll say, yeah, actually, a lot of our values are Abrahamic in nature. There's still a lot of similarities there. We've seen this with some groupings and coalitions being made between, you know, the Muhammad hijabs of the world and between even, you know, Peterson, the most recent podcast that they had together. So it seems like, well, there doesn't seem to be an actual group of people that is consistently just criticizing basically just bad ideas when they see them. It seems like a lot of people are just playing a game in which they're trying to get as many people as possible onto their team. And and that, I think, is just a recipe for disaster that I like. That's just how powerful identity politics are. And I just don't know what exactly the solution to that is going to be, because it seems like the left and the right are gaining more and more members. And then we're starting to see just the kind of, not the middle, not centrist, but just people who kind of think for themselves, I guess, for lack of a better way to describe it. They're thinning out. And I think the problem's getting worse. And I guess going back to what I was saying at the beginning of this live stream, me being a pessimistic person, that just seems to me to be how it's going to be, in the direction that it's headed towards. And I don't know how to stop it.
Yeah, it's like the left and the right are both getting swirled into this identity politics game. And in the meantime, real human rights are getting trampled. People's fundamental human rights are just being obliterated in this process. And the extreme left and the extreme right, they themselves don't realize that they're doing nothing for human rights, as long as they
feel about the idea
their politics on identity. They keep anchoring their thoughts and their ideas around this identity politics thing.
How do you all feel about the idea that there is a very, very quiet but very, very reasonable middle? I've never been able to convince myself of that. There's one day I feel like it's true. Most people are quiet. It's not true, because just how unhinged the conversation has become on both sides. You got people on Candace Owens on the right. You got like people from the Young Turks on the left just screaming and just really catering to their respective crowds. And you know, there's no real discussion of nuance happening. And we talk about how we're just talking about how the extreme right just plays up the good in their respective religion. But you know, something that's not discussed is, like, you know, Christianity and Judaism are two religions that have really been moderated and attenuated by philosophy, by modernity, by the Enlightenment. And you know, they've grafted on modern values through a really, really interesting reading of their specific texts. And you know, Islam isn't as far along in that regard. Like, we have to be able to speak to this. We have to be able to speak to a comfortable middle with that kind of intellectual minutia that a lot of the sides lack. But very few people. Okay, well, let me back up a little bit. I don't think it's necessarily the idea that very few people are capable of doing it. I think a lot of people are interested in this, in a more intellectual approach. But I'm not convinced that there really is a discontented middle that is willing to do this. I sometimes feel like it exists. Sometimes it just doesn't seem quite to really materialize. Like,
so like I think sorry, Ghada. I think there are, I think majority people are kind of centric, right? But the problem is you put one of them on the ballot to be elected, and that's not what brings in the votes. That's not what brings in the money. You know what I mean? So as much as we are, in my opinion, the majority when it comes to that landscape of, you know, centrism or whatever, right? But we just that's because the people that get into power because they are able to raise those funds. And the way society is headed now, or has been for a while, is unless you can get those funds, you can't get into power. How do you get those funds? You have to pander to whatever is currently on the table in terms of controversy and discussion. So they'll never, in my opinion, at least in our generation, they'll be unable to get into power because reason and rationality and being centric and actually liberal and open-minded, that's not what's gonna get you votes.
I mean, I agree with you, Seyyid, about that, especially about the part where, like, yeah, it's not going to get you votes. However, like, the way you look at it right now, and especially, I mean, if we all remember, or at least read about, when Ayaan Hirsi Ali came to the United States for the first time, and she was trying to gather people on her side, and unfortunately, the liberals completely turned their backs against her. And then she had to find, essentially, the only place that would take her was the right. And it just shows to you that, you know, how much the Islamists, the fundamentalists, the Islamic communities, they have the money. They have the money from Saudi Arabia, from the Gulf, from oil, all of that stuff is all going into these people's pockets, the politicians. It doesn't even matter whether they're right or left. Like we talk about a lot about the left and how they've completely turned their backs against us. But the right takes Saudi Arabian and Gulf money, and it's very difficult. However, I don't think that maybe because I'm trying to be optimistic, because if I continue to look at it like, oh, so I'm not going to see it in my generation, then that's just going to be depressing. But I do believe the more we talk, the more we disrupt, the more we show, and it's so easy. I mean, if you talk to these fundamentalist Muslims, and if you let them talk, they turn against. They do our job for us. They show their homophobia, they show their transphobia, they show their misogynist ideals, they show their hateful and bigotry. So that's, for me, that's what I want to do. That's how we change the ideas, is by showing these dichotomies. And the more we talk about them, the more we continue to disrupt, the more we talk, which is what we're doing here too, the less likely people are able to just completely ignore us. And we can see that with the ex-Muslim movement, for example. For the longest time, Muslims were like, oh yeah, these people don't exist. And now they have these conferences where they just talk about atheism and all these Muslims leaving. So it is possible, but I'm not saying it's easy. It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah. So this is where me and Seyyid must drop out, because looks like you guys will be set to go. But once more, it was an honor to be able to co-host the Faithless Hijabi live stream, and I'm very happy that we have two lovely and capable people to pass the baton over to.
Roger that. Thanks,
All
Vince.
right.
Have fun.
All right. Take care, guys. Have
Take
fun.
care, Vince.
Bye.
Well, in the meantime,
Mr.
we
Prince.
have, yeah, it's quite a group and quite an event we have here today. And it's like looking forward to our next discussion with our guests coming on.
Hey. Hello, hello. Hey.
We can hear you, Jimmy. Can you hear
Oh my
us?
God. That was so scary, guys.
I'll try to be a little bit more discreet about my entry next time.
All right. I'm gonna do my best to introduce our next two guests. They don't need introducing, to be completely honest. They are very well known. We have Jimmy Bangash. Jimmy is an ex-Muslim that is very dear to my heart. He is a psychotherapist that has been working with ex-Muslims and Muslims that come from the LGBTQ community, and he's been an activist, and I've known him for quite a while. Great guy. Hi, Jimmy.
Hey, thank you for having me. It's such a pleasure to be here.
Nuriyah Khan is a great lady. I love her so much. She is a YouTuber and a Muslim activist. Remind me of your YouTube channel. I'm sorry, I forgot it.
Thanks, Ghada. It's called Holy Humanist on YouTube. Yeah.
Mhm. And today we're going to talk about, the mental health issues essentially that go with us being, ex-Muslims and everything. And one of the biggest questions I really wanted to ask to both of y'all, since we all had to go through it. Jimmy, I know you grew up in a traditional family of some sorts, and coming to terms with your sexuality, with your opinions, with your beliefs. What would you say helped you cope during that time? Not necessarily before coming to terms with it, but during that time.
So I think one of the things that helped me the most was finding the gay community, actually. The gay community in many aspects is pretty irreligious. So a lot of people who might have grown up as Catholic or as Christian or as Hindu, Jewish or Muslim, I think if you were to do a study and look at what the numbers say, you'd probably find a correlation between being LGBT and being irreligious, or people being LGBT who were born into religion and then apostatizing. I don't have any data on that for you, just based on all of the gay people and the gay circles I've been in. What you notice is that religion doesn't play such a big part. There are, however, at the same time, gay Christians, there are gay Muslims. That movement has grown since, in the last decade and such. But one of the things that happens when you leave Islam is that you lose community, right? You lose family, you lose your friends, you're often demonized, you're shunned. There's a whole load of emotional blackmail and emotional abuse that takes place. If you're able to avoid physical abuse, that's great. And even when you do avoid physical abuse, often there's the emotional abuse that comes afterwards. And trying to deal with all of that in isolation is overwhelming. It's too much maybe for our human psyche to be able to bear alone. So I was lucky, I guess, to live in a Western liberal democracy where I was able to find gay people who didn't really know much about Islam. The gay community then, possibly it wasn't as diverse as it is now. It was very sort of white as a community, but that represented safety. Sometimes I think, there's a whole sort of woke movement of white people are the devil, but actually, if you come from an ethnic minority, we have the highest rates of homophobia. And so white society represented a very safe place to be, comparatively, when you're a gay man. There's a really interesting dichotomy there that people don't acknowledge, because it's counter the woke narrative. But it was that sense of finding another community who were going through the same experience as me. So they were all gay, and maybe they were not dealing with religious persecution, but society was quite homophobic itself. So people were dealing with the same homophobic challenges that I was dealing with. And obviously back then, there was no ex-Muslim community, right? And so I wasn't able to find an ex-Muslim community as we can do now. But that was the key thing that helped me navigate it. I felt held by this other group of people.
Yeah. I just wanted to add, I remember, because I'm from Saudi Arabia, and I remember growing up there, and just to give a quick overview and not to completely get away from this, but in Saudi Arabia, it all really depends on your family and where you're from. So if your family is rich and liberal, you're good. You don't have to worry about anything. The only people when I was there that I was able to connect to were people that were from the LGBT community. And because they understood, just like you said, it's a very difficult time when you're going through that, and when you're going through, just trying to understand who you are, trying to understand and accept who you are. And you hear all of these things that come from everywhere. You're essentially a sin, you're sinning. And it takes so much from you, especially if you don't believe in it.
Yeah. I'd like to add to that point, Ghada, if I can. It's been a while since I read it, but I remember reading Ayaan Hirsi Ali's Infidel. There was one story that really struck me of her experiences that she shared about. It was the one where she started to enjoy something as simple as wine. Now that's a simple pleasure that most of us enjoy in just everyday life, but it's a religious taboo in Islam, and it really resonated with me because I remember being raised Lutheran myself, and there was some really strict ideas of how you're supposed to feel and behave especially when it comes to sexuality. And when you become a teenager, you all know the things that go with that. It's really difficult enough to navigate when you start having feelings for the same or opposite sex, but as you grow up, but it gets exponentially more difficult once there are religious restrictions in place that feed you needless guilt. I remember it was a real painful process for myself, and something I wanted to ask the both of you. Jimmy, I'm familiar with your story, Nuriyah, not quite with yours, but it was coming from that religious framework. Was there a lot you guys had to unlearn to accept yourself for who you are? Like, what helped with the process? Because I remember, I think in Ayan's case, it's been a while since I read the book, disclaimer, but she gradually started enjoying it, and she had to kind of wean herself off the religious belief that she had been raised with. Was there a similar process with both of you?
Nuriyah, go for it. I want to monopolize the conversation.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Bruce, no, exactly. It was a lot of unlearning. It was unlearning things that, as you said, are based on just aspects of guilt that you might not necessarily adhere to, but Islam kind of imposes that guilt on you. I mean, take like Christianity and I guess times it by 10, the guilt levels in Islam, for something as simple as like, wine that Ayan Hirsi Ali might enjoy now, which she could never think of before. So yeah, it's a lot. It's a constant, I'd say, process of unlearning until you really become who you are. You're shedding everything that you were once taught, all of something as simple as, like me ordering a McDonald's breakfast and asking them not to hold the bacon. For me, that's unlearning what I've been taught. It's so simple. I know it's so minute, but like that's just me going against everything I've ever known, is keeping that little piece of bacon in that sandwich. So yeah, I think it's a constant process, and we're still kind of going through it. But yeah, Jimmy, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I mean, I think also, like, you're right, there are some really basic, simple things, but there are some really huge, fundamental human aspects, like just the idea of sex, Nuriyah, within Islam, and how if you're having sex outside of marriage, what that means about you as a human being, and what that means about you as a person, and how disgusting and dishonorable you are if you're doing that act. But then even after you die, how you'll be punished and tortured for eternity for doing that act. So what does that do to a person's relationship to sex? What does that do to a person's relationships to their own body in the act of sex? So some of these things are, and then how do we cope with that? How do we cope with this idea of disgust? Because in order for us to cope, we can't sit with the disgust, so we have to kind of disassociate from it in some way, or we have to repress our feelings around how we're relating to our body. So I think, religious trauma is not to be underestimated. The unlearning, and I love this idea that you said of shedding, almost like it's you're exfoliating from yourself this old skin that is no longer relevant or needed, and in that act of exfoliating, new, more beautiful, radiant skin is kind of what we begin to inhabit. But it is a process, and I just want to say how important this is in terms of the mental health program, because people like Nuriyah who work around domestic violence, and people like myself, who work in psychotherapy, we have this term called working with life threat. So, you might have a whole load of people who work in psychotherapy and they work with clients, but they're not necessarily working with life threats. So the clients you're working with are not necessarily in imminent danger. But you might be working with that in the UK, or you might be working with that life threat with clients in America. But even when you're working with life threat in the West, you're working with that life threat within the context of Western adult safeguarding. You know that if there is a threat to that woman from her husband beating her up, the police can be called, right? You know that if there is a threat that that husband is going to rape the wife, there is the police that can be called, who can come and enact justice or help her get away. But when you're working with ex-Muslims in Muslim majority countries as a therapist or as an activist or a human rights advocate or a caseworker, you're working with life threat without this holding of institutions often supporting the safeguarding work that you're doing. So for example, if I'm working with an ex-Muslim woman in Saudi, you know, and I understand that she's undergoing marital rape, well, there is no law against marital rape in Saudi. There's no law against marital rape in Egypt. There's no law against marital rape in Yemen. So some of these things that we take for granted as therapists or human rights activists or caseworkers in the West, they're not even available conceptually in these Muslim majority countries. And that's such an important reason why this work is even more important, is that these people don't even have some really basic rights, like being protected from rape in marriage. And offering a space for psychotherapy for them, you know, really makes a difference.
One question I have for the both of you is, like, you know, with the kind of treatment and services you're able to provide for people without those liberal frameworks, are you limited in, well, yeah, are you limited in what you're able to prescribe, especially with what advice and what help you can provide for them? Because although you might be speaking from them from outside the cage, the society they live in may severely restrict what options they have to recover, to what extent they're able. Like how does this confine your work?
Yeah, and so I think for me it's all about exploration with your client, right? Your client knows their life best, they know their levels of safety best, they know what accesses they have to institutional support, and so exploring that with them is what's really important. And yeah, there's definitely things that you can do with clients in the West who might be ex-Muslim that you cannot do with clients in Muslim majority countries. It's just not an option because, you know, in all of the countries where apostasy is illegal, they're all Muslim majority countries. And where it is illegal, for a number of those countries, the penalty is death, and others, the penalty is imprisonment. Perhaps those kind of things you don't have to worry about in Western secular democracies. And so you have access to more. But that doesn't make the work any less meaningful, because working with somebody who is in Iran or in Saudi or in Pakistan, who is closeted about being an ex-Muslim and holding the space for them, like for 1 hour a week, 12 hours over the course of the week, can do so much to their ability to reintegrate their psyche into themselves. So if you think about when you are in the closet, whether it's about being gay or whether it's about being an ex-Muslim, there's a lot of disassociation taking place there. Half or a significant part of your life has to be divorced from the truth, right? So when you're working with somebody and you're able to hold a space with them and they can bring all of who they are into this 1 hour a week for 12 weeks, there's some process of reintegration there that happens that can do a lot to alleviate depression, anxiety, do a lot to enhance self-esteem, self-confidence, which is the damage that disassociation can do.
Yeah, I just kind of want to echo what Jimmy said as well, if that's okay. But for example, well, like in my line of work, I see I'm not as grateful to work with as many ex-Muslims. Few and far between come through to our service. But in general, for me, what I've seen is that religion is the overarching obstacle in people wanting to kind of take a situation further, or like whether it's something as basic as reporting rape to the police, as Jimmy was saying. So where you can focus on kind of the rehabilitation part of it, we don't even get women who are willing to kind of come out with basic things that have happened to them, even when religion is used as the tool that's justified the abuse against them. So I've hardly come across situations where women have been in like, for example, an abusive relationship or an abusive marriage, and they've come out and recognized the role that Islam or religion had to play in their abuse. That's kind of just wiped under the rug and almost minimized in their greater experience. And I think for a lot of them, the opposite situation is true, where they rely on God so much, as then God is the only thing that they've got left to believe in, when the whole world has kind of let them down. And so I'm not saying they're by the book Muslims at all. I don't think they even know the reality of truth of Islam, but in a professional capacity, it's not my job at that moment to tell them that Islam is not true.
Yeah, I agree. So when I'm working with Muslim clients as well, if if there are issues around domestic violence or whatever the input of Islam is, that's not my role as a professional to dissuade you from religion. Or even, Nuriyah, you know, when we talk about people coping, they have resources, and if religion is one of the resources you are using to cope, you know, perhaps as professionals our spaces to respect that this is how you make meaning and sense of the world. But obviously for ex-Muslims, that isn't the case. And I think, you know, we really have to be aware of the impact of or the concept of state as traumatic, you know, the religious state inducing trauma through religion on ex-Muslims.
I want to follow that line of thought there for a second, Jimmy. I'm curious if either of you two have ever tried to go back to faith, but try it out in a more progressive format. Like in my case, several years ago, this is way back before I discovered Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens, Dawkins, that whole original crew of No Atheists. You know, I tried attending an incredibly progressive Christian church, and you know, I actually ended up finding a community for myself there. And you know, when I joined that environment, the funny thing is, if you walk inside there, you talk to the people, you'll find people of different religious denominations. You'll find non-believers. You'll find gay, transgender, all kinds of people. And I promise you, to this day, if you walk inside there, you talk to the individuals, you will not be able to tell the difference between them and a secular humanist. And you know, the values that they espouse are largely what I would consider humanism. Now, I do have a problem with reformed interpretations, as I don't believe that that's intellectually honest. But the community mattered more to me. Did you ever try to attend like a more progressive mosque? Like, if so, like, did you ever have trouble for yourselves reconciling progressive values with literal scripture? And would you suggest that to people who are in dire straits, but perhaps they could find a more suitable environment for what remains of their religious beliefs?
I would like to kind of agree with you there, where, you know, for me, I think every individual human is different and everybody's on a different journey. And I think, you know, everybody's relationship with religion or whatever they were taught or born into is different, and the way it manifests in their life is different. I think if I hadn't gone through what I went through, I would have been a very, very quote unquote normal, like liberal Muslim. And happily, I could have gone through the rest of my life being like having the label Muslim on me. Obviously having views, as you said, that are more progressive and just not in tandem with Islam, but I would somehow justify that as my version of Islam and kind of be okay with it and go through my life. But as you said, the reason I started to speak and I decided to do activism in the first place was because I realized there's a point where you've got to be intellectually honest when it comes to an ideology, right? So for example, with Islam, as a woman, Jimmy can tell you as a gay man, there's certain things that are a deal breaker. It's such a deal breaker that you have to say, actually, this isn't just bad, this is terrible. The world needs to know that this says this. This means that you under these people would not be safe. I'm sure, like, obviously Jimmy can tell you as well, I came at it from an angle to protect women. I'm sure Jimmy speaks up to show, like, obviously his experience is not congruent under Islam. There is no way that he would be allowed to live peacefully. So yeah, I guess there is, like, as you said, there's a good comfort area where you can allow Muslims, as I said, in my professional capacity, if they're relying on God to, you know, keep them hopeful or positive about the future, I'm no one to take that away from them. But to the rest of the world who are willing to be intellectually honest, I will tell them that the world has no place for people like myself or Jimmy under the banner of Islam.
Yeah. So did I find another religion? Like, I think for a long time, like maybe 7 years, my religion was gay. Like, it was just, that was my new religion. I was in the church of gay, I was in the mosque of gay, I was in the nightclub of gay, I was in the gay cafe, I was in the gay library.
It means happiness, Jimmy.
Yeah. I mean, but also, like, I wonder how balanced that was as an existence as well. But perhaps, you know, saturating myself in that way was necessary because it was so demonized, and because having lost my whole community, like I lost my family, I lost any access to the Muslim community, I lost access to my home. You know, throwing myself into this other kind of world was really helpful, actually, until it wasn't. You know, it became full of nightclubs, it became full of partying and all of that sort of stuff. And now, looking back, I can see how much of that was an effort to heal the religious trauma and the family trauma that had occurred, right? Like you're just, through partying non-stop, you're trying to anesthetize the pain of being severed from the people who are supposed to protect you the most, from the people who you're expecting to love you the most. So that was probably my primary religion for a while, also after being Muslim. But then I started meditating, I think probably about 16, 17 years ago, I started meditating, which is not really community-based. It's quite a solitary activity. I know there are group meditations, but for me, that has been phenomenal. It's literally been phenomenal. It has contributed to a sense of balance in my life and a sense of regulation. Like if I feel dysregulated or destabilized, you know, I can always kind of go back to meditation to bring me back home, really.
I wanted to add a little bit and also follow up on something you mentioned, Jimmy. So like you, I also grew up, you know, in Saudi Arabia at a family that was extremely religious and fundamentalist. And when I came out, or when they found me out, I was also severed. Didn't have any family, didn't have anything else. And also during the time I was living with them, it was a complete double life. It was extremely draining. And so I wanted to go back a little bit to the double life. So a lot of us ex-Muslims, unfortunately, have extremely religious families. And because our families are very religious, if we were to deviate from what they believe is the right path, we are immediately demonized. And in the worst case scenarios, like what happened to us, severed and threatened. So during that time, I mean, I'm just talking about myself, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people have gone through this because I've spoken with a lot of ex-Muslims that still live with their families, and they are closeted, and it's extremely, like, it kills their soul, for lack of better words, whenever they're going through that. And I mentioned something you were talking about, Jimmy, is, you know, finding your meaning. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about, I mean, I didn't do it, and I don't know. I mean, you're having fun in the Church of Gay, so we both were not really, let's say, in tune with ourselves during the time where we had to either lie or just put it aside to cope. If you had to talk to people that are in our situation, you know, a gay ex-Muslim, an ex-Muslim woman, and this is also for you, Nuriyah, how would you talk to them? What would you give them as a, like, your 2 cents?
You know, for me, I think it goes back to my original answer, is this idea of community, yeah? Because, you know, one of the things that we know is when you're living this double life, like certain things, through that act of having to divorce yourself because you're lying, you know, you might put the hijab on and then you have to go to work, but you're not believing in this hijab. And for some people, when they get to work, they might take off the hijab, right? And then they put the hijab back on when they're going back home. Or the same thing, they might be going to school and they're wearing the hijab, they take it off when they get to school. So there's this constant state of lying or denial, and it becomes, authenticity becomes difficult to grasp, yeah? Like who you are as an authentic person, you know, becomes convoluted and it becomes murked. But what you can do is find a community of ex-Muslims now. And this just was not Ghada an option like 20 years ago. It was certainly wasn't an option. Like the advent of the internet and social media, and guys, you know, I'm not the hugest advocate for social media. I think it does a hell of a lot of damage. But one of the things it does do is allow people to connect with each other in ways that leaves them not feeling isolated. And I think when you're splitting or when you're doing this double life dissociation, that can be a very isolating experience. But the moment that you find other people who are going through the same thing, you know, perhaps we can self-actualize in that group of people. Perhaps we can acknowledge our growth. Perhaps we can acknowledge our own achievements with that group of people in a way that we cannot when we're isolated, living a lie.
Yeah, and I'd have to agree with what Jimmy said there. I think community is the biggest, I guess, the gift you could receive once you've realized that you don't follow the groupthink of people that surround you. For me, personally speaking, as a doubting Muslim that realized I don't want anything to do with this anymore, it was the Twitter community. It was finding YouTube that I would honestly say, in a sense, saved my life. So I can only empathize with what Jimmy is saying, just to know that there's other people out there like you, first and foremost, that you're not crazy for questioning God, for questioning Allah and his deal with Satan, for questioning, Eve being born out of the rib of Adam, questioning little things that you're not allowed to, questioning Muhammad's marriages. I think the sense of community is just one of the most powerful things to allow you to bounce back into society. And again, as Bruce mentioned earlier, it really goes hand in hand with the process of unlearning and being open to kind of letting go of everything that you were once taught, from coming from a religion like Islam, which is so totalitarian in nature, where, like Jimmy said, everything from going to bed with somebody to, for example, the foot that you use to step into the bathroom is monitored. So leaving a religion like that to just think freely and, as Jimmy said, like, sleep with who you will, make your own choices, eat what you want.
Nuriyah, the hand that you wipe your bum with.
Yeah.
Even the hand that you wipe your bum with is prescribed to you, right? Like, to that level of
Which shoe should you put on first?
How many sips of water you should take from your cup and how you should
Jimmy,
drink it.
three now.
And I think your hand has to be placed underneath the bottom of it as well. It's these insane
You
rules.
probably need to say a whole bunch of subhanallahs and mashallahs and alhamdulillahs when you're done as well.
That's completely insane. But that level of control, and I think that's the other thing is about, you're not only are you isolated, maybe in terms of no connection from people because you're pretending to be something that you're not, and you don't know that and you're not connected with any other ex-Muslims. So when you make connection with ex-Muslims, you're not isolated because you've got so many friends or connections. But what is more important, perhaps, is you're not isolated in experience, right? Like what you're going through and the quirks of having to wipe your ass with this hand. Other people understand. I mean, because unless you're Muslim, you don't really understand what that's about. But other people understand what that's about. Are you allowed to say ass on YouTube?
Yeah, I guess so.
Are we demonetized? We demonetized now.
You're good.
It's a religious context. Surely it's okay.
It's Islam, if you feel guilty about that, Jimmy.
Yeah. So I really think like that there's, that is the beauty of the internet. I think it was Maryam Namazie who said, the internet is doing to Islam what the printing press did to Christianity. And, that's probably one of the most beautiful quotes that I can think of. Yeah.
Friends, we're coming up on the end of our session, but I want to throw out one shotgun question that hopefully you, Jimmy, and Nuriyah will be able to answer. Dealing with your clients and as they begin their journey from whatever is distressing them and what you two had to go through, do you ever get angry about the kind of life that you could have enjoyed, or the kind of person you might have been if you hadn't have to unlearn so much at an advanced age when you started divorcing yourself from fundamentalist religious beliefs? Has that been a pattern in your clients and yourselves? We're running out of time, so if you guys keep it to a shotgun answer, that'd be great.
I mean, I just want to say one quick thing which we didn't touch on, which is just safety,
Sure.
guys. So if you are reaching out to ex-Muslims, if you are trying to form links with ex-Muslim communities, and you're living in Saudi, you're living in Pakistan, always prioritize your safety. If you need to do this behind anonymous Facebooks or anonymous Twitter accounts, it's absolutely fine. Like, you have to think about how safe you are in doing what you're doing. And then in answer to your question, Bruce, that might have been a different answer several years ago, but I think now, where I am in my life, it's flipping amazing. I have like such an amazing life. I get to talk to amazing people like Nuriyah face to face over coffee. They hang out at my house. It's just beautiful, right? So I'm actually really grateful for the life that I have. And I think that's accessible to every ex-Muslim. I really do.
Yeah, I agree exactly. I'm where Jimmy's at as well. I think I would not change this for the world. I would not change the way I think, but I do look back at a younger myself and think, oh my days, if you didn't give over so much trust to authority, and you believed everything that you were told, including my clients who it's not my job to shake them out of religion, but they use it despite being abused by it. There's it's a very tough line to walk, but you kind of just give them enough agency to kind of think for themselves. And I think if we empowered Muslim minds or any religious, inclined minds the world over to just think for themselves, give them that opportunity, a lot of them will turn away from themselves and live the way me and Jimmy are today.
Well, we're out of time, so we have to move on to our next session. But I want to thank the two of you sincerely for what you do for people who are not able to help themselves. And it's been fantastic speaking to the both of you. I hope we get a chance to do this again in the future. And Jimmy, Nuriyah, it's been a sincere pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having us. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
That was a very good session.
Do I have to click something, or are you going to click me out?
Oh, hi.
Yeah, that was an excellent session. I was familiar with Jimmy's story, but this is the first time I've ever met Nuriyah, and it's the services they're able to provide for people in fundamentalist countries is something I've ever heard of. But this is the first time I've ever heard it fleshed out in this kind of detail, and it's there's a lot more to it than I originally thought. It didn't. I don't know why I didn't think about it before, but for some reason, it just never occurred to me that whatever people will be able to do for themselves will be limited by the kind of framework of whatever kind of laws and restrictions are in the country that they're in. I mean, I didn't even. Sorry for this, Ghada. I had no idea you were from Saudi Arabia.
I am from Saudi Arabia, yes, and I completely I know exactly what they are talking about.
Hello.
Hello, Alim. Hello.
Welcome.
Hi.
Well, I think this is a good time to start the next section. But before we do, I'd like to once again encourage our audience to head over to the Faithless Hijabi website to donate, and the link should be listed below. Okay, our next section. Most of us who bring a critique to respective religions have experienced living in the actual consequences of believing in tenets, superstitions, and demands. And it's usually true that when that apostate brings unique angles and perspectives when it comes to criticizing religion, but even that field has challenges, given that there are denominations on top of denominations whom delegitimize each other, sometimes turning the discussion into a really bizarre game of whack-a-mole. Joining us to discuss the role of an apostate in promoting critical thinking and challenging religious orthodoxy are two unique individuals. The first of which is someone who I've followed for some time and have had the pleasure of listening and speaking to in person. Mr. Seth Andrews is a broadcaster, storyteller, author, an activist and public speaker, best known as host of the popular website, podcast, and online community, The Thinking Atheist. Welcome, Seth.
Hey, it's good to be here. Thanks for the invite.
A pleasure. Alim is an ex-Muslim sharing his story about why he left Islam and helps others to share their respective stories through his social media profiles. Check him out on Instagram through the handles Leaving Islam and Secular Spirit. Well, I'd like to kick this off by asking the both of you a question. And you'd think that an apostate who leaves a faith is in a relatively perfect position to critique aspect of whatever religion they come out of. But I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that there are a few hundred iterations of a general umbrella religion and several hundred more off of each denomination off of that. When you come across people in conversation, I'm sure you've heard the arguments that you haven't experienced the real Christianity, the real Islam, the real, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, being people yourselves who've left religious faith, how have your particular experiences led you to deal with people who take this angle on dismissing your experience with whatever interpretation of the religion you came out of?
I'll defer to Alim on this one.
Thank you, Seth. And thank you for having me here. I appreciate the invite, and nice to meet you, Bruce and Ghada. I don't think I've had the pleasure to meet either of you before. Well, the best way to put it is, in a sense, it's kind of the perfect out to say that to anyone who criticizes your religion. Oh, well, you never really practiced it, or your version isn't the true faith. So in a nutshell, what I try to do when I talk about my own experiences is, first of all, to clarify that this is my own subjective experience. But I also try to touch on the universals that, if not every single, if we're just going to talk about Islam, that every single Muslim believes, that most of them believe. So when you talk about those kinds of things, and for example, it would be the idea that there's a loving God who created us all, and that there's a heaven and hell, and that the word of God is the Quran, that's kind of a basis that I would say most Muslims will say is part of their core belief. And then I kind of go from there. So I target the things that are most universal, and I expand from there. And yet some people will still say, obviously, oh, well, your interpretation is wrong, or, well, I don't personally believe this, but you got to start from somewhere.
I'm struck by the protective mechanisms that fundamentalist faiths have, rather than risk legitimizing somebody who left for legitimate reasons. The whole culture has to kind of shoot the messenger. Well, I mean, nobody who truly knew the love of Jesus or Allah or whoever would have ever left their embrace. And that's a way of sort of disqualifying us before we are to be heard. It's a way of sort of washing away any positions, arguments, challenges, questions, doubts, etc., by saying, well, we've discredited the witness. And I think that religions have evolved, for lack of a better way of saying it, a lot of defense mechanisms that brush away criticism. We've certainly seen this with Islam, right? If you and I go after, Islamists, Islamic theocracies, Muhammad, the Quran, whatever, they just scream Islamophobe, which is a way of discrediting the messenger, right? And that way, everything else can be brushed away because, well, you don't get it. You were a false prophet. You were never a true Muslim, or you are just getting it all wrong and we shouldn't listen to you, la, 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 la. And there's a lot of that, I think, in the faiths that serve as a protective mechanism against having to field genuine questions, challenges, and criticism.
It really is as simple as for many Muslims, if they were to encounter Seth, if they were to encounter you and what you're saying about Islam, they'll say, well, his name is Seth Andrews. What could he possibly actually know about Islam?
Yeah, a white American ex-Christian. Well,
clearly
why
he
in
has
the
an
world are
agenda.
we listening to that guy about Islam? Yeah, he's wiped me out of the conversation.
You got some sort of white supremacist ulterior motive going on, of course.
Yeah.
But you also get this kind of blowback from the more progressive churches as well. This reminds me of something that happened several years ago. A few years back, I had a chance to ask Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins during one of their events about, what did I say? I asked them, like, what makes someone a quote unquote real Christian, a real Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, what have you, because we have so many different interpretations of these beliefs. Now, this was early on in my introduction to New Atheism. So, I didn't really understand the answer that Sam and Richard gave me at the time, but they stated something along the lines of, you don't necessarily need to care about that angle, but what you do need to be aware of is what happens when you follow through to the consequences of believing in certain tenets that come from their beliefs and their text. I mean, it's in the Bible, it's in the Quran, it's in whatever sort of forms the foundations of these faiths, and speaking of these consequences, the most obvious ones I can think of at the moment is like, how should women and homosexuals be treated? When it comes to this weird game of whack-a-mole, when it comes from either critiquing fundamentalism or progressivism and the kind of apologetics that come to the background, is the core of the criticism we should be developing, should we bring to bear the criticism on those fundamentalists' texts, regardless of the interpretation of the faith, whether they're progressive or conservative?
I don't want to walk on Aleem, but I'm going to jump in first.
Go ahead.
There's a larger issue that you speak to, which is the ever-moving goalposts.
Yeah.
So, I condemn slavery in the Old Testament. Well, it wasn't slavery. It was indentured servitude, or it was a different time and God had to condescend to the culture of the era, or it was a mistranslation, or you're using the wrong translation, blah, blah, blah. And it doesn't really matter. It's interesting, I quote the verse in 2 Timothy where God silences women. Well, Paul didn't actually mean that women should be silent, and God loves women. And here's another verse where women are to be honored. And so what happens is the goalposts are just always in motion, where no matter what you say, no matter what challenge you bring, they won't, or at least feel that they won't be pinned down. It's almost like when somebody goes into the hospital and you say, do you believe in the power of prayer? Yes. Do you believe God does miracles? Yes. Do you believe God wants you healed? Yes. Why are you going to the hospital? Why are you paying the premiums? Why are you paying the doctors? Why are you going through the rigor of surgery? Why don't you just pray for healing? Well, it may be healing in the future. God may be using the hands of the surgeon. Maybe it's pain in this life and bliss in the next life. God is using light and momentary
There's always
affliction
something.
to build my faith. Well, it's a fallen world and God wants to help, but he really can't. I mean, it doesn't make any difference. And I know this has got to be true with Islam, where if you throw something out, they're playing dodgeball, right? They'll just step to the left and say, well, no, you got that wrong. And they two-step around it. And I'm fascinated by this stuff.
Well, just kind of
One
add
of the
to
things
that. Oh, go ahead, Ghada, please.
No. Continue. I'll go ahead and ask my question after.
Sure. I just wanted to add one point to that, is that I think what is usually the case when you see this kind of behavior, it's because if you want to call them fundamentalists or just believers in general, is because they haven't really confronted or addressed these questions before. And I don't even mean to others, but within themselves. I can tell you just like from my own experience. So I spent half of my life as a practicing Muslim. I had all sorts of homophobic beliefs. I was a homophobic person. But I never asked myself the question of why is homosexuality wrong? Like, what is it about it that is wrong and it makes it bad? And it was only after I left that I began asking myself those questions. And so for a lot of these believers, they haven't thought about it. They haven't been asking those questions, those critical questions of why and how. And that's why you get all this nonsense with the shifting of goalposts and rationalizing things, because you're really hitting them at places where they don't really have good answers.
Do Muslims have a working knowledge of the Quran? Because normally what I hear is this sort of parroting of a few catchphrases, but I sense, I mean, I thought Christians didn't know their Bible, but I just get
Nobody
this
really
sense
knows
that,
their religion. That's
really?
the unfortunate truth. Like I'm from Saudi Arabia, so like my language is Arabic, and everybody learned Quran and Hadith and fiqh and all sorts of religious stuff in school. And even with all of that, I mean, I can give you at least from my perspective, and that's not like the majority of Muslims, because the majority of Muslims do not speak Arabic or even know how to speak Arabic. So to them, just like the fundamentalist Christians, when you go and tell them like, well, the Quran says that you should, women have like, half the testimony of men, and well, you can beat women and you can discipline them and you can marry up to 4 and you can marry a prepubescent child, and they'd be like, yes. They can just imagine that Chad Weird like meme was like, yes. And if you go to like the other ones, the apologists would, yeah, I know, I swear to God, they do that. I mean, let's say God, but whatever. But I mean, if you go to the others, the apologists, they'll be like, oh, there's nuance. And they give you these like insulting apologetics about why women need to be beaten, or like why homosexuals are being killed, or why apostates need to be killed. I wanted to ask a question to both of y'all. And it's more related to, there's this saying back in the day, like, don't talk about politics, sex, or religion, that those 3 topics, you'll never agree on anything. So when it comes to people that, live in fundamentalist countries or people that live in religious communities, how would you even suggest or encourage dialogue between those that are religious and those that are non-religious? If you do, how do you say we would do that?
That's a very good question.
So essentially, Aleem, she's asking, how do we fix the world? Okay, God. Well, that's a big one. Go ahead.
Well, I think one of the things I wanted to talk about specifically in the segment was something I discovered. So my background is Palestinian, and something I discovered that exists actually in Palestine and Israel, and you'll find it across the world too, are these workshops that are built on the concept of nonviolent communication. And the basic idea of nonviolent communication is that it gives a platform for people who perhaps have conflicting ideas or are angry at each other, even in that most simplistic form, to share their feelings and their needs in a way that's not blaming the other side, that's not attacking the other side. And I think this is a critical point here too. The point of it isn't to resolve the issues and fix everything, but just get both sides talking and listening to hear each other's perspectives, and then, you know, take it from there. And I think that's something that's actually worked in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, where people who would never talk to each other before, would never even listen to what the other side has to say, are actually listening to each other. And when it comes to religion, and let's talk about Islam specifically, I think that's a good foundation. When, let's say, I'm an ex-Muslim, you're an ex-Muslim, the other party thinks I'm working for the devil, I'm trying to destroy the world, and that I'm ultimately going to hell. Now, if you can kind of talk without them, you're going to still have that bias, but where they can just like listen and see where you're coming from. I think that's something that's so greatly lacking in our discourse on social media, unfortunately, today, and in day-to-day life as well.
I've been doing a lot of broadcasting lately, speaking to psychologists, experts in the brain and belief. And it's interesting because when somebody is presented with an ideological threat, and religion and politics specifically, these are beliefs linked to our value system. They're linked to our identity. And it has been measured that when people feel that their beliefs are attacked, the same part of the brain, the amygdala, fires up when they feel a physical threat. It's the same mechanism going on. And so the fight or flight scenario kicks in. They're either going to do battle and say, you're wrong, you're doubly wrong, blah, 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 you're of the devil, or they're just going to get out of Dodge. They're just going to leave as quickly as they can. Well, when I first was an apostate out of evangelical Christianity, in my naivety, I used to walk in with believers thinking, wow, look at all this information I've discovered. I've got a list of data points, and all I must do is show them what I have exposing the problems in the Bible and with doctrine and all this, and they will see, and they will be eager. They will want to know the information that I have uncovered, and we will all frolic together into Reasonville, and we will all leave superstition. And that just never happened, right? It never happened. And in fact, they were doubly convinced that they were right and I was going to help. And I was so frustrated because I was approaching it wrong, right? They weren't believing it for reasons of data. This was a connection, a heart connection to something linked to who they were as human beings. So my tactic has changed. The first thing I do is I develop a relationship with them personally before we ever talk about life, the universe, and everything. It's like if I know somebody on my tennis team who's a devout churchgoer. I don't walk up and say, hi, I'm Seth. I don't believe in any God anywhere. How are you? I walk up and we talk about light stuff. We have a cup of coffee. We go hit the ball for a while. We may go have dinner at some point. We just get to know each other in 3 dimensions. Once those social circles are there, then the walls begin to break down. It's harder to put me in a box. I'm not a cliche. I'm not a stereotype. Wait, Seth's an atheist? They'll find out. Seth doesn't believe in my faith, but he's such a nice guy. Now we're at a point where they aren't feeling attacked, where they've humanized me. And then I tend to lead with questions, not attacking questions, but the Socratic method. Well, how did you get there? Well, where did you learn that? Well, how do you come to that understanding? If I had a question, how would you approach that? Keeping them in a place where they don't feel attacked, because I remain convinced minds are changed from a position of safety. We will not change someone's mind if they feel unsafe. We have to let them know, no, it's okay. I'm not here to attack you. I may challenge you, but this is a safe space.
I want to follow on that point, Seth. That approach is the one I would prefer, but it's it might be the most humanistic tool to use in the toolbox, but it's one of many tools that should be used. And one thing I did want to bring up was the idea of mockery. It's not my go-to tool, and I would prefer to keep that one as a last resort or something to use very, very sparingly. Like, that's not something I think anyone should use outright, but I do think it has its place. And I think it's effective in showing how nuts, immoral, or harmful certain scriptures are, but it can also, as you say, just really alienate someone who might not be as familiar with an aspects of a religion that they thought they were. So it's something that has to be used carefully.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that because you bring up a great point.
Yeah.
On the macro level, on the larger stage, when I'm not talking in the one-on-ones, I think ridicule and mockery is critical, right? How can you not ridicule the ridiculous? And I do it for a few reasons. One, I think the sacred cows need to be roasted. If somebody tells me this is off limits, Christ is off limits, Allah, Muhammad, that's off limits, you're not allowed, that's the first thing I go after, right? Congratulations, that is now number one on my list. And I think there is empowerment. It's a liberation exercise to take the things that used to control us and knock them way down and make fun of them and say you have no power. I absolutely agree with that. I also think it's healthy for other people to see us do that. Lightning doesn't strike, right? I'm not a miserable, horrible human being. I am able to just simply say, this is crap, and I'm going to have fun with the thing that used to bother or control me, or the thing I used to be afraid of. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not afraid to make fun of this because I have defanged it. It has no power over me. And you're right, mockery does have an important part to play. I usually don't use it in the one-on-ones. It's usually a larger macro kind of thing for me. I don't know, Aleem, did you want to speak to mockery at all?
Sure.
I also, Aleem, before you
Yes.
answer that, I also want to ask another question that very much goes with that.
Hang on, Ghada. Like, I want to. There's more on this I actually want to bring up. Can you just wait for a minute? Yeah, thanks. Aleem, go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, well, because Islam is like Muslims are particularly vulnerable, or that they take offense to any sort of mockery, especially when it comes to the Prophet Muhammad. This is something I personally struggle with because I talk to a lot of Muslims talk to me, and I adopt a bit more of an non-offensive approach. I try not to use any of the commonly used insults or jokes that a lot of ex-Muslims use in social media. And the reason why is because I can think of so many examples where a Muslim has told me, well, I'll never listen to, let's say, Seth over here because he said this about the Prophet Muhammad. And it, as ridiculous as that can be, it's incredible to me that one thing, let's say Seth said, one joke he made at some point 5 years ago in some video, that immediately nullifies everything that he ever said, even if they're completely valid. And what does that mean? Does that mean that we just try to not say anything that might offend a religious person? No. So there needs to be some sort of balance, and it's a difficult one to figure out because you don't want to just cater to their every whim.
That's where I struggle a little bit because I haven't figured that out for myself in my personal life. Like, I think Seth makes a great point here about, like, one approach is better for one-on-one conversations. The softer one-on-one is probably better for a more public dialogue, so to speak. But the next question I have is for the both of you, and where do we find this balance? And I want to ask the question this way because in my own personal life, I'm a Star Trek fanatic, and I believe Seth is a Star Trek fan himself.
Look at God.
I want to ask this.
Oh, God.
Seth, being a Star Trek fan, when do you decide to set your phasers from stun to vaporize?
Well, usually if they say they like the Star Wars prequels, then I think to absolutely decimate them. Anybody who says that, I've given up all hope on them, so no. But, it's funny, when I was growing up, my parents were a little bit distrustful of kind of the humanistic messages that used to come out of Trek, and still do. And now it's funny looking back and hearing the story about the origin of the entire franchise and seeing it with new eyes. It's really a beautiful thing. And I think it's this whole notion that human beings need to be here to solve our own problems because we don't see help coming from above. I mean, that's a beautiful message that I think we are seeing expressed in both fiction and in nonfiction media all around the world. So,
well, Ghada, did you want to ask something? I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
My question was mainly related to what Alim was talking about before, when he was talking about how the Israel and Palestinians were getting together, and it was mainly also related to how you're talking to between believers and non-believers. So, I mean, I know when it comes to the Israel-Palestine conflict, and it's extremely emotional, it's extremely like opinionated. So, have you seen or been to any of those, believers, non-believers meetings, or from your speaking, from your information, like from your activism, when you were talking to, Muslims or religious people, and, talking to them and giving them that kind of, more respectful approach, did you still find that offense? And I'm going to give you just an example of, like, from my perspective. I never, and I do the same thing that you do. If somebody from my family or somebody that is Muslim especially talks to me, I don't insult, I don't bring anything else. I try my best to bring it to we are here, we agree to disagree. I mean, you want this religion, I don't think it's my religion. Mm-hmm. But from your perspective, especially with how almost everything you say in Islam, like as a criticism, is considered immediately an attack. How do you go around that? How do you lessen the blow? If you can speak from your experience about that.
Sure, yeah. I mean, the best way to explain it is, let's say you're walking down the street and a Jehovah's Witness tries to convert you. You're immediately going to kind of be like, oh, like you're going to be skittish, and you're not going to really want to listen to what they say, and you're going to try and escape, basically. And the reverse is true. If you go in, if I was to go in talking to a Muslim with the intention, I want to deconvert you, and I'm going to show you how all your beliefs are wrong and harmful, and because I want you to be an atheist like me, they're going to sense that, because it's going to impact the entire interaction. So, kind of going off what Seth was saying earlier, I basically do the same thing, where I don't go in with the intention of, you know what, I want you to stop being Muslim right now. I just ask questions. I share my story because they want to understand where I'm coming from. I go into detail explaining of why I left and what my issues were. And that's where the dialogue really begins. And my objective, my intention isn't to get them to stop believing. My intention is to ask them questions they haven't asked themselves before. Get them to look at things from a new perspective, a different kind of perspective that they probably didn't have. And I know this because I didn't have it when I was a believer. And then the ball's in their court. They can decide what they want to do with it. They can do nothing with it. And what I can tell you is, I've done this in person a little bit, but for the most part, it's a lot of DMing on Instagram, on Twitter, Instagram calling. What ends up happening is a lot of these Muslims will come back. And I think it's because a lot of them sense that there's something amiss. There's something they're uncomfortable with. There's something they're wrestling with. And I become then someone safe that they can explore this stuff with. Maybe they end up leaving Islam in 5 years, 10 years time. I don't know. But if you just go in with that little step of asking the questions, I think that's better than, the frontal assault.
Putting those two ideas together, my all-time favorite, hands down, religious debater is Matt Dillahunty. I used to watch the Atheist.
I have something to say about him. I'll let you speak.
I used to watch the Atheist Experience religiously, and Matt has just this incredibly debating style, and the kind of example I give whenever he debates is that he latches on like a rabid dog onto intellectually dishonest points and does not let go of the interlocutor's arm until he or she acknowledges something that he or she may have brought up that's intellectually dishonest. And the more and more someone decides to latch on to whatever it is they want to protect, the more awkward they look. But I'm also a fan of Anthony Magnabosco's street epistemology, and the kind of Socratic.
Me too, big fan.
Yeah. Yes, the methods he uses when you see the conversations he has with people, it rarely, if ever, is antagonistic. I used to go on his channel all the time and just watch video after video. You can see the gears turning in their head about, like, he's really, you can actually see he's making them think in real time, and he's forcing someone to really explore their positions. Like, do they have any foundations for their beliefs? Now we see two different methodologies with their pros and cons, and I think Matt's method is generally better for speaking to crowds, but Anthony's is better for one-on-one. But again, that's just a very simplistic assertion on my part. What's your take on each individual style of persuasion? Like, what do you consider the pros and cons, and how would you use those in your own lives, in your interactions with religion or ideology?
So Seth, I'm just going to say something a little bit about Matt, and then I'll pass it on to you.
No.
So Matt Dillahunty, the Atheist Experience, is something I've been watching for, I don't even know how long, 12 years, maybe even longer. And I've always had this internal debate, and I've talked about it with friends who are also fans of his channel, about, is his approach really the best one? Because for all the times I can think of where he really swayed someone, I can think of interactions where he's just literally saying, shut up, shut up, shut up, over and over again, or just muting people whenever he feels like it, or just calls them idiots, where he just literally says, idiot, idiot, I'm still talking. And to me, just like by my nature, I feel like that can't be a good way to, if your goal is to, share understanding and, build connection with people to get them thinking. I don't think that's the best way. And I think in his case, he's just been doing it for too goddamn long. And he's probably just super burnt out. But, and this is a point my friend made, and then I'll pass on to you, Seth, is that approach is really dynamic and really attracts a lot of people. It's confrontational, and people like confrontation. They like seeing conflict, and his reach is incredibly massive. So, and he reaches a lot of people with his good arguments in between, all the, just yelling and stuff. So it's again, one of those things where you got to take the good with the bad, I suppose, with Matt Dillahunty's approach. I wouldn't personally do it, but I think it definitely has a place within the community.
I like his approach, though.
When I've co-hosted with Matt, you can see that our styles are dramatically different, where we approach callers differently, and we have we have a different frequency that we operate on when dealing with people. So I totally get that. With the Atheist Experience and call-in shows like that, I tend to suspect that dissecting the bad argument of the caller, even in an overt and very direct way, is not as much about the caller, is about the people watching from their own, from a position of safety, because they don't feel like they're being attacked, but they're watching a belief that they may hold in this safe space. They're watching that belief just dismantled. And I think that may be the reason that some of these, really hot one-on-ones go, and he doesn't let go with a particular bad argument, and he's just going to work it to death. And do I agree with the approach always? No, of course not. Do I think sometimes I'd like to lower the volume, de-escalate a little bit? Sometimes I'd like to give people a little more rope, right? I mean, let them finish whatever the point was, even if it's a multi-point point, let's get it out there. But I think that's just a style thing. But I understand what you're talking about. You're not going to browbeat or berate someone into saying, you know what, maybe I am an idiot. I will now reverse everything that I once believed and held dear, and I will be a completely different person. It just doesn't happen that way.
I have a question that is, it literally came to mind after I finished reading about, after finishing reading Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky. And if people don't know what Rules for Radicals is, it's essentially a very leftist book written by Saul Alinsky, who helped organize a lot of leftist movements, including the civil rights movement, the war, protesting against the war in Vietnam. It was written in the 60s, 70s. So he talks a lot about, essentially, he talks about, how you can make your point, either demonizing the other person, but the one thing that he kept on mentioning is not necessarily that the ends justify the means, but this end that I am thinking of justifies this particular mean. And from what I've seen in a lot of these, atheist channels like Matt Dillahunty and others, is that they use that in like trying to disrupt the other person. What do you think about that kind of strategy in the atheist communities, in the humanist communities, and should we use that kind of radicalized rules that Mr. Alinsky talks about, for example, in his book? Things that may not necessarily be, morally black and white, but it's more on the gray side.
I have one point to say about this. I think there's a lot of people in the space, and I'll talk about the ex-Muslim space specifically, who are doing that already. And I think what we need more of is shifting away from criticism and confrontation to talking about the things that we hold in common, our heritage, our background, the positive things that we know can come out of religion, and just present people with an alternative. And one of the things I do a lot is just share how I kind of rebuilt my life philosophy and how I found my life values without Islam. Because a question I often get from Muslims is, what do you believe in now? Like, how do you know what's right from wrong? Why are you alive? Why aren't you just going? Literally, the question I get asked sometimes is, why aren't you going around just killing people and stealing? And yeah, so but if you've been a Muslim your whole life, it's understandable that you would ask that question because it's the framework for your life. And I feel like instead of directly confronting people with the things that are bad that they're doing or the bad things that they're believing, if we focus on giving them another alternative that maybe they haven't considered or thought of before, a way of life outside of it, it gets them thinking.
One question I do want to bring to each of you gentlemen, but before I do, I just want to put a reminder for our listeners. Please go to the Faithless Hijabi website to make donations for Faithless Hijabi's mental health program. The link should be down below in the footnote for this for the stream. When we debate and speak to people about religion, part of what I hope gets across is the idea that we want to live in a more rational world. We want to live in a world that's grounded in reality, and we want people to practice critical thinking. But that's a term that I hear thrown out from people from all over. I hear from people across the political spectrum. I hear it from religious people. I hear it from just about everybody. But I've never heard a good definition of what that actually means. So, I kind of whipped up my own that seems to vibe with whatever I've learned from my studies of the Enlightenment period. And how I define it is that you're asserting a conclusion on phenomena directed by and caged in by the best material evidence there is at the time. And most people I speak to would philosophers or scientists seem to agree that this is a relatively good definition. And this one I run by people when I try to describe what critical thinking means. But I'm not an expert. You two have been in this space a lot longer than I have. What does critical thinking mean to you, and what process of thought do you try to get across to people, not just in terms of debating dogma, but how would you like to have someone think?
All right, Aleem, I'm going to jump in on this. and I've got an agenda because I'm going to leapfrog off of Bruce's question into a larger point that I think is really salient. By the way, I would encourage anybody who's in the Thinking Atheist audience to donate to Faithless Hijabi's mental health program for ex-Muslims. The plight of ex-Muslims, apostates, people coming out of fundy cultures and going through immense consequences. They need all the help we can give them. And if we can't be there in person, or we can't provide the infrastructure, the donations to an organization that can do that, is doing that, toss them a few bucks. Well, conspiracy theorists think that they are critical thinkers. right? The 9/11 truthers. I saw engineers for 9/11 truth, and they believed that the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon were all part of an inside job, and you know, jet fuel can't melt steel beams, and Building 7 and the vertical drop, and they've got all of this stuff, right? Well, these aren't stupid people, and they had simply connected dots that were never meant to be connected, but they believe I'm onto it. I've looked at the evidence and I am thinking, I wish everybody else was thinking as critically as I am, because I was able to figure out that it was all a conspiracy, but no.
Yeah.
So that's a real challenge. Like COVID vaccination science. Everybody's like, well, you know, I've done the research, and now they genuinely believe that by going to YouTube University or alexjones.freedom.eagle.com to get their information, they've done the due diligence. And that's tough. I mean, that's going to be tough to overcome. But there's a larger point that I think is, and we're losing this in the age of the internet. Good people can hold terrible ideas. And what I'm seeing alarmingly is I was a white Christian nationalist, right? I was pro-death penalty. I was a gun nut, NRA type. I was an LGBTQ bigot, right? I thought the gays were all going to hell, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I was a lot of terrible things. But I was also a victim of brainwashing by a fundy religious culture, and someone who genuinely did believe he was doing the right thing and was trying to live a moral life. I'd just been programmed. And I needed the opportunity to become deprogrammed, to be introduced to the people I'd been bigoted against, to be introduced to better ideas, to see the greater world. And I so often, especially in the age of online quote unquote discourse, we see someone who's got a bad idea and we nuke them from orbit. They are not human. They are now dead to us. I block you. I'm not going to engage you. I'm going to call you every name in the book. I just don't think that's how we change the world. And already people hearing me say that are like, oh yeah, well, I'm not going to be friends with Nazis. And I'm like, did I say anything about Nazis? Am I talking about that? Everybody does that. They just swing right over here to this extreme case. There are a lot of everyday people who are good people who simply have bad ideas. Why do they have them? How did they get there? What informs that bad idea? Can that bad idea be changed or eliminated or improved? Are they genuinely interested in truth? Can we get them there? Can we be human beings first and find a way to get them there? And man, that's a part of the conversation I sure would like to see happen. Instead of, oh yeah, I'm going to flame you on Twitter, and then I'm going to screenshot all the stuff you've said that I think is stupid. I'm going to call you names, then block you. That's not how we change the world. I'm convinced of it. Sorry, I went off on a diatribe. This is what happens when you ask me a question. I'm sorry. I'm done.
I love it. Elaine,
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, couldn't agree more. There's maybe one thing I can just say to piggyback on what Seth said. To me, when it comes to critical thinking, and this is something that I personally practice, is I follow the process when I'm looking at evidence, arguments, ideas, to where they lead. Even if they lead to places that might be uncomfortable, that I don't want it to lead to. And if I was to say in one nutshell, what is the difference between me and many people who are still believers, is I opened myself up to the possibility to let go of the assumption that Islam was true. So when I started looking at Islam again, I didn't look at it, well, of course Islam is true, and everything that I learn and find is going to lead me to this eventual, conclusion. Because that's not critical thinking. That's you using anything you can to just, support the belief that you want to have. And once I let that go and I followed that process, it was scary because I had to let go of a lot of things. I had to let go of, will I see my family? Will I see my parents after they die? Will I continue to exist after I die? When something horrible happens to me, did it happen for a reason, or what did it just happen? So Islam comforted me with a lot of those things, and those comforts were the basis of, if you want to call it, my critical thinking when I was still Muslim. But when I was finally able to honestly, critically examine my religion, I had to let those things go, because there was just no basis for them that I could convince myself it was true anymore. And if people are willing and brave enough to do that, I think the world would be a much different and arguably better place.
I was talking to David McRaney. He's the author of the book How Minds Change. And he was telling the story about a 9/11 truther, somebody who believed it was all, bogus and it was staged and the victims were all crisis actors and it was all just a big plot. And instead of flaming him, with all the insults in the book, they actually connected with him. And they brought him and introduced him to the families of those who had died in the attacks, and showed him and introduced him to scientists who were able to show him how the evidence all played in, blah, 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 and the logistics. And he spent time being introduced to the humanity. And instead of throwing rocks at them from afar, he really saw the whole thing as kind of humanized. And then he went back and reversed his position and said, I was wrong. Like I now know that I was wrong. And his 9/11 truther tribe just turned on him and vilified him and called him every name in the book and did horrible things. And Aleem speaks to something about comfort that I think we as seculars need to deal with. We are asking people not as much to give up the Quran or the Bible, because I don't think most people believe or call themselves a Muslim or Christian because of the Quran or the Bible. This is a community. This is a sense of tribe and belonging. Humans are tribal, right? So it's not, hey, I think this is factually wrong. It's, you may lose your friends, you may lose your support system, your spouse may leave you, your parents may ostracize you, you may lose custody of your children, your boss may fire you, you may be in fear for your life. There's so many other things going on. So we need to begin to weave a better net for the apostate to fall into, right? Because we'll go and say, well, it's factually wrong, but there's no belonging over here. We don't have the infrastructure because we think only sheep have community, because communities are always church. We have all these excuses. I just think that's crazy. We have to give them a safe landing zone so that they can feel more inclined to sort of lean outside of fundamentalism and know that, well, maybe if I do have some losses, I will have other gains over here that make it worth it.
I'd like to close out this session by asking one final question. Given the nature of critical thinking and given how people react when they're attacked, in the age of social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and how nasty it can get, how social media gives everyone an avenue to be nasty under the rather cowardly cloak of anonymity. Has it helped or harmed the dialogue between the believer, the true believer, and someone who's more skeptical? We see examples of how it helps. I believe there was a young lady who was escaping Saudi Arabia, and she used Twitter to her advantage, letting everyone know that I think her name was Rahaf Mohammed, and she let people know there are people there who are going to take her back to Saudi Arabia. And I've read her story. Like, they probably would have been horrific things to her, and like horrific things have already happened to her. And heaven only knows what would have happened if they brought her back. So that's one of the positives. But given the kind of nastiness we see on there, has it helped the dialogue with religion at all?
I have one thing to say about this, just from my own personal experience. So when I first embarked on this whole journey, what actually started me off was I wrote a book. So I wrote a book about my personal experiences with Islam, why I left, and what I replaced it with in my life. I tried to get it published. Did not have much success or much interest from publishers, because Islam is a very sensitive subject, especially if you're criticizing it in Canada. So I decided to go to social media. And even though I don't have the biggest following, I know for a fact that the things I've written, the things I've shared, have reached like no exaggeration, tens of thousands of people. And for as much as there is all this nastiness on social media, you have the space to share your feelings, to express what you went through. And there are people out there who connect with it and who resonate with it, who wouldn't have found you otherwise. So I think the nastiness is a byproduct of that. I think there's a lot of fear from a lot of believers when they see, a big ex-Muslim website or account with a big following, and they want to attack it. They want to dismantle it because they're threatened by it. So in that sense, it's kind of inevitable, because I think there is a lot of good that's still coming from it.
I think there's so many layers to this onion. You'd mentioned was it Raha Muhammad?
Yeah.
What a great example of the internet. It's almost like the Iranian Revolution. There's so much that we would never know about this uprising after the murder of Mahsa Amini. But the internet and social media has allowed this footage, these protests, the news to leak out. And I think
precisely
that's huge. I think I use it every day. I try to share information. It's a beautiful tool for sharing content. I try to set a certain tone. It engages people. But I'll tell you, it's affected me. And I have had to budget my time online because, and I did a show with the title, Twitter is not life. Like Twitter, we interact with people so much differently in 240 characters, mashing away at a keyboard, knee-jerking something online than I ever would if we were sitting across from each other in a living room or in at a restaurant or something. I worry about the dehumanizing aspect, the reductive aspect. People are binary, especially on the internet. It's someone's always all right and the other person's always all wrong, and everybody then chooses sides, and it's mobs and it's craziness. And I'm like, well, people are messy. Situations are messy. And sometimes these conversations require nuance. You're not going to get that on Twitter. You don't get the eye contact, the tenor of the voice, the expression, the hands, the humanity. All of that is absent. And so it's funny, forgive the long answer, but I've really been working on me. I sound like a self-help thing. I've really been working on me so that I will be better as a human being. Okay, but here's an example. So somebody came on my page and they said something, and I snarked, right? I just snarked immediately right back because that was the easy thing. Bam. And they came back and they said, well, I disagree about this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a big fan. I've listened a long time, and I'm sorry. This has been our first encounter. And I'm sorry it was like this. And I felt all of a sudden very self-conscious that I had made it worse. I had a point. And it was a good point, but my approach was terrible. And so then I thought, all right, I'm going to tactically de-escalate. And I went back and I said, you're right. I could have handled this better. Please understand, this is what I was trying to say, but I totally understand your approach. And they said, it's okay. I really get your point, and I understand your frustration. I'm like, okay, well, just know it came from a good place and you're greatly appreciated. So instead of us flaming each other online, using specific language, knowing how social media operations exist, we were able to sort of step back down to a point of reconciliation and connection. And that's going to take its work. It just takes work. And I don't think a lot of people want to put in the work. But I certainly hope we can find that within ourselves to start with. Can this be de-escalated? Am I being fair? Is there a way to communicate nuance even in this format instead of just blasting ourselves onto somebody else's feed or in their comment section? It's going to be a real challenge moving forward.
I'm largely under the opinion that the world would be a better place if Twitter had burned down tomorrow. We would never miss it. But then again, we're missing out on what a good it's done. And a discussion with an old friend recently let me know that Twitter is as good or as bad as you decide to use it, and what kind of values do you bring to the table when you decide to use a platform of that kind of magnitude.
Yeah.
But then go ahead, Ghada.
Yeah, I just want to say, in addition to that, Twitter, even though you
we think now because everything's online. Twitter really is not real life. The majority of people don't talk like that. No, people don't just, the real answer to something is not going to be somebody being like cook or based or Nazi. I mean, maybe, but it's not going to be the thing that really happens. Anyway, I think this is a good place to end because Seth, that was a very wonderful play.
Well, and if I can tack on one last thing, if I could preach any sermon as an atheist to anybody online, stop feeding the trolls. Like there are people who throw this stuff out, right? They throw out the inflammatory and the nasty and the escalatory. They are aching for our attention. They're aching for our oxygen. They want us to stop whatever we're doing and target them and engage them. They're not operating in good faith. They're trying, they want they want to ride our coattails into some kind of a spotlight. And I think the best revenge is to just blink and move on with your day. Deny them your time, your energy, your focus, your oxygen. If they're operating in bad faith, so what? Move on. I'd love to see more of that. I'm sorry, Ghada. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, thank you so much. Thank you, Seth. Thank you, Aleem. That was a wonderful talk. And I just wanted to let everybody know, please donate to the Faithless Hijabi mental health program. It's a good program. We've helped a lot of people all over the world. There are so many ex-Muslims and those that are questioning that are all over the world in Muslim majority countries that don't really have access to what mental health programs that we have over in the West, or just in general where they can have these conversations with somebody that they can trust. So please go ahead and donate to Faithless Hijabi mental health program. It's doing great work. I really love this program. If I knew that there was a mental health program back in like 10 years ago when I first decided it would have been great. I had to go through several therapists until I found somebody that wasn't going to be like re-traumatizing to me, because I had to like essentially tell everything from start to finish in order for them to understand. We have mental health specialists that are trained for ex-Muslims, and it's a great program. Please go ahead and click on the donation link and donate. Thank you, Seth. Thank you, Aleem.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
An honor.
You
Thank you very much.
That was one of the best talks I've had with people when doing podcasting or whatever. It's like I've followed Seth Andrews for quite some time. I just listened to one of his talks in person literally a few months before COVID hit, I think. And several very important salient points raised and interesting to listen to. But for the rest of our audience, we have a video coming up from you. What you're about to see is a video clip of a friend of mine who is active on Twitter. His handle is Christoph. What you're about to see is a compilation of his greatest hits and a lot of snarky comments made to not rile someone up specifically, but he's got some really interesting ways of kind of carefully poking the bear to make someone think. So with that said, let's roll the tape.
If only we could enlist 2010 Majid Nawaz to de-radicalize 2020 Majid Nawaz. Translate from Australian to English. This Arvo, I went with Jono the Garbo and Stevo the Ambo to the shops. They were out of Avo, so I was Devo. I took a slash in the dunny at the servo. When I got back, there was a bit of biffo. Jono claimed Stevo's missus gave him a gobby. Merely existing as a brown man in this country is hard. Just the other day, this random white man started yelling at me deranged things like, "You don't belong here," and "Get the fuck out," and "Why are you in my house?" I'm just so tired of this shit, man. Some people in Australia complain about migrants not assimilating, but I once heard one of my students, a Cambodian who'd been in Australia barely a year, call his friend a fucking shit cunt. So clearly the system was working. If John Wick was a cat guy, the cat would have just hidden behind some stuff, and would avoid being killed, thus no longer necessitating the cycle of unyielding violence he subsequently enacts. North American Muslim Twitter be like, damn son, this biryani is lit AF, Eid Mubarak. While British Muslim Twitter be like, man dems really think they'll smell the fragrance of Jannah if they support haram things like homosexuality. This is flaunting the aura, shaking my head. Say what you will about the Prophet Muhammad. The dude had some flaws, but at least he understood the universal truth that cats are better than dogs. Just got back from seeing his shrink. He had some bad news, but the good news is I'm officially allowed to say retarded. I love that Spectator Index account because it always posts lists like World's Top Banana Exporters 2017. And all the replies are like, India number 4, but big opportunity soon number 1. Superpower 2020 with Modi method Jai Hind. We're Pakistan on list, exporter of terrorism only. Baked beans is just dal for white people.
All right. Hello, everyone. That was very funny. I love Christoph. He is hilarious. All right. Our next session is going to be with Harris and Hanney, and it's going to be talking about what ex-Muslims and apostates face and for advocating their beliefs in minority societies, where they are the minority in the society. Harris Sultan is a ex-Muslim atheist and a activist. He has his own channel, Harris Sultan. He has written a book called The Curse of God, Why I Left Islam, and that could be available online. There's also Hanney. Hanney is also an ex-Muslim. He has a podcast called Critical Faculty, and he knows a lot about different types of religion, and he is a great person to talk to in general. And let's go ahead and listen to what they have to say.
So getting right into it, our topic for this panel is with Harris and Hanney, both from Australia. So this is pre-recorded. And we will be discussing the challenges and opportunities that apostates face in advocating for their beliefs in societies where they're minorities, or rather lack of beliefs. And with that, I guess it makes sense to start with you, Hanney. You moved to Australia when you were an adult, so you weren't born in Australia then, is that correct?
I wasn't born in Australia, but I lived most of my life in Western countries. I lived in Egypt for about 8 years of my life altogether.
Yeah. Okay, so you've lived most of your life in Western countries, where I would assume you would then be a religious minority if you come from a Muslim background, or even ethnic background as well. But if we focus on your experiences coming from different backgrounds, how challenging do you think that the majority of people, how challenging do you think it would be to convince people about, one, existence of ex-Muslims, the plight of them, and also how do you find that they're averse to acknowledging that ex-Muslims, even in a secular country, can go through tough situations?
Yeah, well, my situation is a little bit unique. I was born to a Muslim or an ex-Muslim father, Egyptian father. So by the time I turned up in life, he was an atheist already, and to a Catholic Irish mother who was a New Age Catholic. So she wasn't really kind of a Jesus or Bible basher type of person. She sort of believed in spirits and stuff like that. Sort of living in European countries, I never really felt a problem. I didn't have really to struggle, but I could see some of my very good friends were struggling because they were within a certain system that would only allow them to move in a certain way. They are sort of traditional Muslims, and they were supposed to have friends from the same faith or some even ethnicity at that point. And when they left Islam, this is the type of people that really struggled the most. It doesn't matter which country they lived in, because they kind of create a ghetto, a community within a community, where Arabic is predominantly spoken in the household, Quran, readings, reciting, and therefore the virtues of Islam are supposed to be observed. So when leaving, leaving Islam isn't a piece of cake. You have to meet lots of challenges. Never mind the apostasy punishment. A lot of people don't do that anymore, but still the alienation and not being part of the family anymore, or being sort of sent out packing on their way, have lots of psychological impact. As for the European residents looking at these incidents, they don't really understand them quite well, because they probably don't have an understanding of how Islam works. A lot of people don't understand that leaving Islam is a big deal, because leaving Christianity isn't really a big deal. It doesn't have a punishment of some sort, but it might have a certain stigma, but that's about it. Unless you're Jehovah's Witness, that's a different story. They can be quite harsh. But in Islam, it's you pay the price quite harshly. I was lucky not to go through that, but a lot of my friends went through that, and it's not nice.
Do you, just expanding on that, do you think that with your work on streams that you still face backlash from people who may not understand why you talk about religion, especially within the countries? I'm specifically referring to people of different denominations than Muslims or ex-Muslims, but why there is a certain focus on your side on the topic.
Yeah, well, I'm lucky again that way, that I don't focus solely on religion. I do a lot more science and philosophy and psychology, and then I bring religion into the equation. I don't go out of my way to face religion sort of confrontation style. I merge it with, like, for example, I'm having a debate soon in 10 days about the scientific miracles in the Quran, and that sort of thing appeals to me, because I'll have to bring my science game and show in a roundabout way the problems with dogmatic beliefs of any sort. But yes, I even face that problem with some of the sort of left-oriented population, where they go, well, the very infamous conversation between Sam Harris and Bill Maher, Ben Affleck, where the whole thing is perceived as the Christianity is a white man religion, and Muslims is the religion of minorities, and therefore when you attack their faith, you're kind of attacking minorities in a way. But they don't understand that when you leave Islam, you become, as you said in your own words, Zara, minority within a minority, and the reality becomes even harsher, and it's a lot more difficult. So I'm motivated by the truth of the claim, whether it's true or not. That's what I'm motivated about. Can it be helpful? Yes, we understand that religion has evolved with people, and it helped different societies, especially if they are poor or ignorant, and that's the only way they can deal with harsh realities. But as we advance humanity, do we really need to have a tool of epistemology that tells you that you should believe things without good evidence?
And that's a really good point in terms of how, challenging whether religion is needed now as well, and questioning its existence as well. But Harris, if we turn those questions, I guess if we turn the topic around back to you, can you highlight, I guess, your thoughts on where ex-Muslims are minorities, or the criticism of Islam in places where Muslims are minorities, and how you can kind of also compare and contrast between where ex-Muslims in Muslim majority countries are minorities and the differences between that? I know there are harsher punishments, but I'd be keen to see if those punishments in a larger scale also apply in the West as well, from communities.
Yeah, so I think, first of all, my story is very similar to Hanney's story as well. Most of my streams are in Urdu as well, because I do want to target the Indian and Pakistani communities. talk about that. And now it's kind of, you know, there are already plenty of channels that are talking, that are criticizing Islam in Urdu language, which is much needed. But I get a lot of calls, a lot of letters. And I would say probably, it's no exaggeration, I've received well over, I'd say probably thousands of letters I've received and messages and calls where people are still extremely terrified of not insulting or criticizing Islam, just being ex-Muslim. And that's just in a Muslim majority country like Pakistan. Now, India is a slightly different. It is a secular country, but there's a huge Muslim presence there. So I, just as a rule of thumb, I just say don't criticize Islam and be very careful about your situation and your what kind of people are around you, because it's not worth it. Now, the plight of ex-Muslims, I was just thinking that you could probably put it in 3 categories. Obviously, you're an ex-Muslim in a Muslim majority country, and as you rightfully pointed out, that the punishments are there much harsher. You can pretty much lose your life, or go away to prison for irrelevant number of years. Like you're basically as good as dead. But then you have 2 kinds of ex-Muslims in Western countries. I guess if you're an ex-Muslim who is still surrounded by a lot of Muslims who take their Muslim identity very seriously, so you are still in danger. Yes, you're not being hunted down by a state, but you have Muslim parents, family members, you have Muslim family friends, and even Muslim neighborhoods. So you are still almost, you feel like you are in a Muslim majority country, because anything can happen to you at that point. And we've seen plenty of, I know there's anecdotal evidence where you can see so many ex-Muslims have been beaten up in various Western countries. And then there's a 3rd category of ex-Muslims. People, I guess Hanney and I fall into that. I've never had any problem being an ex-Muslim in Australia. That's probably because I never lived in a Muslim neighborhood. I have some Muslim friends, but I'm not really that close, or we don't really talk about Islam. But I've had, you know, friends from all walks of life and all nationalities. So it doesn't really impact me as much. So it depends where these ex-Muslims are. Muslim countries, ex-Muslims, there is no question about that. Their lives would be endangered. I would say just keep your mouth shut and try to get out. That's the only advice I can give you. But the other one, as I said, even in these Western countries, you can have severe consequences. It's not that easy to be an ex-Muslim if you fall in the 2nd category.
I actually have a follow-up question, Harris. For ex-Muslims in Muslim majority countries, where obviously they need to be quite secretive about who they are because there's a crime out there. I think we've seen multiple reports of a community growing of atheists, like in Iran, in Saudi as well. But at the same time, in places like Bangladesh, where there is a community growing, we also see that there are hunts, like there would be like an atheist hunt. Or in Egypt, for instance, very similarly, in atheist hunt, they also have a gay hunt where people use a gay dating app to fish out people. Do you think that, and I'm not putting this on any of us, but do you think that while our advocacy on YouTube increases the reach to other people in their languages or even in English, can sometimes be a backlash because the authorities are becoming more aware?
Sorry, backlash on us or the ex-Muslims?
The ex-Muslims in the country, because of the consumption of our videos.
Oh, yes.
I'm not saying that we're the sole people that are responsible, but I think we are bringing enlightenment in our own ways, and they're books, and there are people who just read other things or they just think about it. But do you think that now the governments are employing different schemes of reducing atheism, or like doubling down into like youth programs and a softer approach so they can still keep people in the religion?
Well, I can only talk about Pakistan. So in Pakistan, we've had great results in a way that now we have penetrated the Pakistani society so much so that they are specifically holding seminars, like these motivational speakers, these big name social media influencers. They go to universities and they actually say countering atheism. Every major Pakistani cleric has spoken about atheism and rising atheism within the ranks of their brothers in arms. So they are worried about that. So we do see that. Unfortunately, yes, there are some terrible stories out of that too. There was one person who used to consume content, atheist content, and he knew me, and unfortunately, he was actually lynched by a mob. I made a video about him, but I didn't really say that because his parents were saying that he was not an ex-Muslim or he was not an atheist. So it does worry me as an influencer that if we're doing something, is it going to end up costing someone's life? The problem here is basically, and that's tying it back with your first question. The problem is with Islam and then with the Muslim community. Muslims are a very insular, inward-looking kind of a community. They have a problem with dissent in general. It's not just apostasy. If there is a young woman who doesn't say she's an ex-Muslim, well, she's probably not an apostate either, but she doesn't toe the line. She doesn't do as she's told. She doesn't wear a burqa or a hijab. Then she's going to face significant amount of backlash from her own family, from her own circles. If someone turns out to be gay, well, that's it. Being gay is obviously that's actually worse than being an atheist. Even if you're a disobedient child who doesn't look after his family, so that he would be shamed and ostracized and alienated as well. So all these, this is a common problem mostly with conservative society communities and societies, and unfortunately, Muslims are the worst when it comes to that. Now, that is obviously not to say that all like that. So yeah, it's bound to happen. There's going to be some backlash because as the ex-Muslim community grows, it's going to get worse. One question. So I just remember a part to answer your question. If the governments are going to double down, I recently found out that not the Pakistani government doing that. There are some vigilante organizations. There's a famous organization, very hawkish about defending the honor of the Prophet, called TLP in Pakistan. Massive party. I think a lot of people know about it. They actually, now this is one. Obviously, this is one story that I can tell you. There was an ex-Muslim guy who was in a WhatsApp group. He exited the group about a year ago, but then someone from that group, they found out the details of all the members, and they honey trapped him. They got a woman to send him messages, and she trapped him over a period of a month or something, got him to blaspheme, and then he turned up for the date, and then and then there was the Pakistani federal police there waiting for him, and then they arrested him. So that was like a sting operation. Now again, it wasn't by the government, but the TLP is pretty big. So yeah, I think they're going to try everything. It is unfortunate and this is why I always say, if you're living in a Muslim country, it's probably not worth it. Just keep it on the low.
Keep your head down. Yeah, and I guess on the topic of governments or different groups employing different approaches, Hannah, I know you might have a thought on this. So in the event, like when you talk about Harris's first example, where they have these seminars that are like, this is how we counter atheism. But now also more Muslim women and men are going on podcasts, and they're having more like they're preaching, they're doing dawah in their own way, and really using a lot of the woke terminology as well. And by woke, I don't mean maybe not woke terminology. I'm going to correct that and say liberal terminology. So they would talk about toxic femininity or toxic masculinity, a lot of these buzzwords that younger people see on social media. And now a lot of conservatives have taken the podcast. And they're spinning it around to create more audiences and to make the religion, and any religion, like Christianity has this too, more enticing and employing different ways. What are your thoughts on, like, we're obviously for free speech, so we accept that, you know, they should have a platform, or at least I think that we are for the same position. But how do you think we can best counter it? Or how, I mean, I know creating content isn't, but how do you think we can best talk about these issues where, you know, religious conservatism is coming to social media?
I think it's quite positive. I think it's a great thing. I think the fact that people have finally stopped and wanting to think about whether they're pro or cons, you know, for or against the conversation, the fact that they're actually looking up the material, trying to read them for themselves and trying to reproduce them in a way that could be understood by many, I think it's a positive thing. Finally, religion is out of the cave. It's no longer hiding. It's out for scrutiny, positive or negative, and that's what I like. But I'll give you a couple of examples. Al Azhar University and Al Azhar establishment in Egypt, you know, the biggest Sunni, very influential, along with Saudi Arabia, who's kind of talking about Saudi Arabia is kind of changing in a very dramatic way in recent times. And Egypt has become more conservative than Saudi Arabia these days. But they have started a call center. I think spent $30 million taking calls of. And when I first heard the news, I thought that's funny, but it's that's how they're countering it. They're open that call center, and people who are a bit hesitant or not quite sure, they can give them a call and say, "Hey, my faith is a bit shaky. Can you try to steady me up?" And I thought that was a funny thing. And the taxpayers, as imagine if you're an atheist taxpayer in Egypt, you still have to pay for that one way or another. Things like, but I think contents like that, I think this is brilliant. I think for anything to be out in the open and let the truth sort of speak for itself, it's going to be evidence provided on both sides, and for those who are sitting on the fence, it's the perfect time to be alive, because they're going to watch contents from people saying Islam is the solution to everything, apparently, and those who are saying, well, no, it's a horrible dogma and it's evil. And those who, like me, would say, no, we understand religion in terms of evolution of humanity. It was needed when people were ignorant and afraid, but now we've developed better tools to understanding reality around us. Is it useful in this day and age? I don't think so. And we'll provide evidence. So I think it's a positive thing that it's been talked about.
Nice. But do you think that with more conservative ideas being out there, like on many different contexts, that a lot of younger people, I think previously I would have assumed a lot of younger people would turn to be more liberal because we appreciate freedom once we know what that is. But I've kind of seen the balance go off or be an equal split, where a lot of young people are going towards conservatism, and religion being one of them.
I think you can't hide ideas. The only way to choose liberalism is to be able to contrast it with something else. I think everything needs to be out in the open. Everything should be discussed, because if you are going to direct people toward being liberal by hiding conservative views, then you're not doing anything other than another way of indoctrination and dogma. We uphold the views that everything, if an idea is good enough to stand on its own feet, then it should not be afraid of scrutiny or competition for the same reason. Natural selection that does touch ideas and memes, the equivalent of genes coined by Richard Dawkins, is again subject to natural selection. So it's going to be survival of the fittest, of the better ideas.
And I guess having those two ideas in plain sight, do you, or either of you, have you personally felt that when you talk about, liberalized ideas or atheism, especially coming from a Muslim background as well, that you're likely to encounter being silenced more than those conservative ideas that come from Muslims instead? So in my opinion, I've noticed a lot of liberals pander towards Muslims especially because they see them as minorities and they need to be protected. I think, Hanney, you mentioned like the criticism of Islam is conflated with Muslims because they're a minority. But do you feel like, just like Ben Affleck's example, that a lot of, even now, I think that was in 2015, so it's 8 years now, we still find that same issue where liberals do tend to censor us more than they would have with those conservative ideas existing, because we must respect them.
And that's the problem, I think, and I would love to hear Harris's views on after I've got a minute to speak here, and I'll yield the floor. But atheism is just the one idea about one thing, and it should not be conflated with other things, because I think you can be conservative atheist. And I think, as a matter of fact, you've got Atheists for Liberty speaking at some point, and you will have a very young and bright gentleman who is atheist but conservative political views. Some people saying, well, if you're an atheist, this is the umbrella that you should fall under. These are the few categories that you must believe if you're an atheist. And I disagree with that, because the term atheist is just you're not convinced God exists, and that's about it. You can still be a horrible person ethically, and you can adopt very bad ethical views. It depends on how you see ethical views, and it's not guaranteed for anything. You still have to rebuild your life views, your politics, your morality, everything else. So I argue that being conservative is not necessarily bad. It needs to be argued, and it needs to be contrasted with other views. And which one is a better way to yield a better society in today's reality, in terms of science, in terms of endeavor, in terms of the quality of life? We no longer just want to live. We want to live good. We want to have a good life. And that context can change everything.
Harris, did you have an opinion on it?
I think it's old news that liberals try to silence us or something. They may still not share a flaw with us, but I've always said it that this is an unholy alliance, and it's not going to last very long. People have known this, that if it's very easy to educate liberal activists or liberal politicians to tell them that, hey, they're very LGBTQ friendly, or pro-abortion, pro-life values that you're promoting. Muslims don't like it. Muslims don't really have an opinion on abortion as strongly as some Christians do, but generally, Muslims on Islam is not a liberal doctrine. So I always said that this is an unholy alliance. The Ben Affleck thing was 8 years ago, and there's so many liberals who do confront when push comes to shove, that they do it. I'm worried about a different kind of an alliance. That would be unholy alliance 2, number 2. It's that I've seen Christians and fundamentalist Christians and Muslims teaming up, especially in America. That I've seen a lot of these Twitter spaces, these clubhouse groups, and where they are finding a common ground. For example, liberalism has come up with all kinds of other challenges as well. There's a dating problem. There's this toxic masculinity problem, apparently, and toxic femininity problem. Feminism has gone to this, 9th wave or something. And both Christians and fundamentalist Christian and fundamentalist Muslims don't like that. So they are finding a common ground in fighting against this wave of liberalism and this wokeism. So that is that's the alliance that I think we should be worried about. But that wouldn't last very long either, because again, those religions don't like each other. So I think that's something we need to watch out for. As far as this liberals going easy on Muslims, I think that's still true to some extent, because they don't want to antagonize, a hijabi girl. They don't want a Muslim minority to feel like outsiders or whatnot. So that part would always remain there. But when it comes to Muslims, are not passive people. if they believe in something, they're gonna shout from the top of the from rooftops. They're going to let you know that this is what they believe in. This is their opinion on LGBTQ. This is their opinion on dissent or apostasy, etc. So I always knew that sooner or later they're gonna clash with each other, and I think you're gonna see a lot more of that. But watch out for this Christian and Muslim alliance.
I think that's such an interesting point about this new unholy alliance. I guess it's not that new because it's happened in the past couple of years, like the Birmingham school protests on LGBT studies, apparently, where Christians and Muslims came together, and then they do on many different occasions as well, while fundamentally they hate each other.
It's getting, but it's getting bigger on another front. This feminism issue. They're saying this because now you see these Christian fundamentalists are agreeing with Muslims that yes, fertility rates are going down, people are not marrying enough or as they used to, these women are getting out of our hands, we can't control them, divorce rates going through. So now they're actually finding this common ground, and Muslims are like, see, we've been telling you, liberalism is a curse. So you're going to see a lot more of that, way beyond the fact that because Christians they still don't feel about Jesus the way Muslims feel about Muhammad. So you might see these occasional alliances there on the issue of like, oh, Jesus was, someone made fun of Jesus or whatnot. But they're going to unite more against this feminism, what they call toxic femininity.
Interesting. What would you say our approach should be here? I guess what would you say a more digestible approach should be for people from the outside who are neither of those religions, and people or younger people, because I know that is your audience, Harris, and I think Hannah, you also speak to a lot of younger audiences, or at least your YouTube channel has been seen by a lot of the younger audiences. What would you say is a more digestible response or approach to kind of speaking to them to think outside those realms?
So when I criticize religion, I criticize all religion. I just don't focus on Islam. I've got that multiple background anyway that I can use. So I'm very, very well versed in Old Testament and New Testament. So when I talk about it's faith, and the problem with faith, it's just believing in something without evidence or without needing to have an evidence for it. Obviously, they'll argue now we've got evidence, but it depends on what you mean by evidence. To me, I attack that very point. I attack everything that the three Abrahamic religions share as the basis of the problem with the whole believing without evidence. So I might sometime have a conversation about Islam, the next day about Christianity, Judaism, because one of the things you're going to be always, and Harris probably will relate now, if you're attacking Islam all the time, it's like, oh, we never see you attack Judaism. How much you make in a month? It must be related, So
I mean, I wish that was true, because we wouldn't have this fundraiser had it not been.
Very true. But so one way to attack it is to attack the very core. I mean, these religions have stemmed from ignorance, fear, and eventually a very useful tool for control by people later on. So once you expose that as the whole, the Trinity, the broader terms of religions, then they're all gonna start sounding the same. Once you've picked on the God's sort of identity with one and three, is it Allah the one, or is it Elohim, or all these types of gods? The very basis of all religions, you'll find they have lots in common. So that, I believe, Harris has hit the nail on the head there. I think that alliance, very pragmatic, and we've seen it in history so many times, even outside of religion. It is going to be for a time, but soon they are going to be, having, the Tom and Jerry situation again.
What about you, Harris? What do you think could be a potential way forward?
Well, I think we've got to keep doing what we're doing. One thing is for sure, the modern world is so complex that it's going to have its issues that we're going to have to face. But one thing that we need to tell people, and I think people would know themselves as well, that whatever these problems are, the solution is not going to come from your conservative Christian or Islamic values. It's not going to come from there. There is a problem where people are becoming less social, people are becoming more materialistic, and I think that's been the case. It's always been the case. But everything is happening so rapidly now at such a pace that we're coming up with problems far more frequently than we come up with solutions. So I think we're going to keep going with the liberal world. We're going to keep challenging conservative ideas. We're going to keep challenging these traditional values that we've seen it. We've been there. We've done that. We've seen that when you give traditionalism or any religion, theocracies, when you give them a free hand, we know what kind of world we end up with. Yes, there is a problem, and I think it's just a temporary problem. People try to talk about wokeism and cancel culture, and yes, there are some problems, but humanity is smart enough to work out a solution. We're going towards AI, like falling fertility rate, whether that's a problem or not. Who knows? In 20 years' time, that might not even be a problem. Nobody has a solution to what should be the ideal population of Earth. Nobody knows that. So these problems that they create or they highlight, and then they say you need to come back to our Christian conservative values or our Islamic values, that would solve the problem of falling fertility rates. So I'm not even convinced that this is just one example. I'm not even convinced if that is going to be a problem, at least in the latter part of the century. So keep promoting liberal values, and humanity will come up with solutions.
Great. Thank you so much for this chat. I'm afraid we're just on time. This is really nice. And it's recording now. But before I end it, please donate. We're doing some amazing work. We're raising funds for ex-Muslims, and we could use all the support. Please donate on our website or the link on the YouTube channel.
That was a really good talk. Yeah,
that was a really good talk.
I just want to say something, because it's the way Harris was talking about the alliance between the conservative Muslims and the conservative Christians. I've seen that, or heard it at least, in some talks by Muslim leaders, by in lectures, by imams and sheikhs. They're using language that they didn't use back when I was still living there, or even when I was in school. Back then, whenever they would talk about, feminism, they just discarded it as oh, these are people, these are angry lesbian fat women that just hate men, and they end up being sore losers, and they don't end up getting married, and they die with 7 cats or something stupid, the regular dumb stereotype about feminism. However, now they're using more the same language that the fundamentalist Christians are using. Oh, now she's neglecting her household. She's going after her career, going for education instead of, getting married and starting a family and becoming a mother. That wasn't something I heard back then. They actually encouraged us to go and get educated and pursue careers. And now they're saying things like, women are not having kids in their 20s and wanting to do it maybe in their 30s, thinking oh, maybe I don't want to even have children. Maybe I don't even want to have a husband. Maybe I just want to do a cohabitation thing. And then talking about abortion, which is not even something that we ever talked about before. And it's a very interesting, it's very interesting to hear Harris talk about it and then highlight it.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of curious, because well, I've heard a lot about the falling birth rate, and what really concerns me is, what did he say? Humans are smart enough to find solutions to the falling birth rate, and the change in social dynamics that have occurred since modernity. But what really bothers me about all of this is that with wokeism and cancel culture really coming into the fore. I mean, like, we're not discussing, no one can discuss the evolutionary biology the evolutionary psychology or evolutionary biology characteristics that lead into this.
Mhm.
You know, everyone's afraid to speak on these topics now, and if individually we're not all that smart, collectively, if we all are free to bring points of view that are controversial to the table, and they mash up against each other, you can think of a solution. And you know, this cancel culture woke stuff is just really making us dumber and prohibiting progression in what I would call and consider real liberal real liberal values that push forward the solutions that he's talking about, that's beneficial for people, no matter what your sex, no matter what your skin color, no matter what happens. I'm very curious if we can actually accomplish that, given how pervasive it is now.
I do wonder about that, and I also wonder if it's the unfortunately, whenever I mean, it's not really unfortunately, I don't even want to use that word, but the way the solution is not, it's simple in the way you could describe it, but maybe more difficult to implement. The reason women are not having children or not getting married, it's not because you know, they hate children. A lot of us want to have children. It's that the quality, and I hate to say this word, but we want equal partnership. Now we see what the world has to offer. For the past, I would say, like 100 years before women came into the workforce, before they started having the same freedoms as men, when they realized, like, oh, this is life, I can experience it. Now I don't need a man to provide for me. I can provide for myself. And now having a man is something, you know, I want an equal, I want a partner. I don't want to be submissive. I don't want to be subservient. And sometimes you do find that, you know, a man that does give that to you. But then what happens is, after you have children, the majority of the household and the household chores and the child rearing falls on the woman. Now that is, there's not a lot of assistance. And then you have in countries like the United States, not a lot of maternity leave, not a lot of help for single mothers, not a lot of help for you know, mothers that are for households that are struggling. And when people talk about that, they start saying things like, why are you using the word mother? Why can't you use parent? And then they start looking at the semantics, and they start looking at this is very heteronormative. Like, there are lesbian couples and gay couples. And it was like, okay, well, those all also need assistance and help. Everybody needs help. It doesn't really matter. But if you want to increase the fertility rate, you have to, unfortunately, face the very real reality that women are the ones that get pregnant. And in order for you to get women to have more children, you have to incentivize them. Like in Scandinavian countries, you give them 2 years of maternity leave. That's an incentive with pay. That's an incentive. But I mean, what do we have here in the United States, for example? Like, oh, you have a child and then you go on welfare. Then what? Then you're poor for the rest of your life.
Yeah, there's a whole discussion behind this, and like, you know, it's a fascinating / scary subject. But then again, what isn't nowadays that really, you know, that really evolves, you know, the social dynamics that really push for a really progressive, truly progressive society. And like, you know, that's something I hope we can eventually solve when with the preservation, hopefully, of our free speech rights.
Yeah, and
Like,
banning abortion and contraceptives is not the answer. Like, literally not the answer. It's just the complete opposite of the answer. That is not how you get there. That's just how you increase poverty and crime rate.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Well, we've had quite the day. I think we've been going on for about 5 hours.
I can't even answer that. Yeah, we've had quite a day.
Yeah,
all right. So want to thank everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in with us and staying with us until the end. And again, please donate to Faithless Hijabi's mental health program. We're doing a lot of work. We're expanding the program. Go ahead and please click on the link and give us some money.
Right.
Help us.
Thank you for joining us, everybody. Take care.
I'm Khadija. I'm Khadija, and I've been living a double life for 3 years. I'm not a spy. I'm a woman of faith at home and a non-believer when I'm out. I started questioning my faith a while ago. I told my family about it, and it did not go well. I was lost and alone. I did not know who to turn to. Then I found out about Faithless Hijabi's mental health program. Therapy helped me process and overcome challenges, including fear and isolation of living in a closeted life and navigating relationships.
Faithless Hijabi provides a supportive community for young people who have left the faith, along with access to mental health services and resources. But they need your help to continue their important work. Please consider donating to Faithless Hijabi and help make a difference in the lives of these young people. Together, we can provide them with the support they need to heal and thrive.